I'm definitely keeping my eye on the prize. We're going to push them as hard as we can.
Who knows? It might be really great. Sky's the limit.
Let's show them how being a team for longer can impact a title match.
I've been wanting this belt, and I don't plan to relinquish it.
I'm not taking anything for granted. Let's get this done.
Lightning is about to strike.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final act. It's final act 5. This is exciting. Lots going on. Was that a 5?
Yeah, it's like a V.
I just edited a match where at the end of it, you said we totally know what's coming in final act 5. We totally know it's happening. We shot it in like August, so that was fun. Yeah. Nick, how are you? Welcome to Final Act.
Thank you. Doing well. It's exciting. It's exciting to be here. It's been 5 of these.
Yeah.
5. Yeah. Since we started calling it, the Final Act.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, it's always a great end of year event. All the belts are defended or attempted to be defended. And yeah, a lot of people work hard to be on this, what some would say, the biggest stage of the year, Tim.
Whoa, crazy. And we got a lot coming up for you in the show. Nick and I wanted to take some time. This was a big year.
Yeah.
Obviously, lots of changes, new channel, new digs.
Yeah.
But same Tim and Nick. Nick wears the black t-shirts, has a beautiful mustache. I wear the same 4, 5 maybe graphic tees. No, this is the Howard Wallace.
Oh, yep. Okay.
This is a classic.
Yeah.
Ellie is around. All right. Well, Ellie's gone. She's a peach. Love her. I think she should host next year. What do you think?
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Bring it on.
Yeah, I think she should write too. It would just be a lot of Moana. Yeah, right.
All these title matches you're about to see.
Written by Ellie.
Indeed.
Yeah, like we were saying though, big year.
Big year.
New channel, obviously. Everything's was a challenge, but a fun one, and we did it.
We did it.
Happened, and you guys helped a little by showing up. It was pretty good. Thank you. Thanks for that. And so we just kind of wanted to take some time, kind of look back, see how we got to this point, because there were a lot of things that happened starting right from the beginning with the last word event and the free for all, the last one standing, whatever you want to call it, whatever you call it.
That's what I thought you were going to say, and then you said the other one.
Whatever you want to call it. Even from those moments, a lot of the seeds were laid for the season.
Easter eggs, if you will.
Yeah, whether it pertains to Joe, Amaru, those are 2 big ones. Mr. Birch, they're crazy stuff happened this season, and it all kind of kicked off right at the beginning. Like when you kind of look back on the season, Nick, like is there anything like big standout moments throughout the season, but especially towards that like beginning half that kind of like set the tone for the year?
I think we should go act by act, Tim, and start with the last one standing that you meant. Yeah, I feel like this year, and other people are certainly in the running. Actually, depending how tonight goes, who knows who's going to win awards and whatnot. Yeah. But I think it sort of set the battle of Rue versus Joe right from the get-go, when the two of them took each other like 7 rounds into sudden death at the last one standing. So, and since then, Rue's gone on to challenge for the belt multiple times. Joe now challenging for the belt second time this year after winning the last one standing. So it's just been those two kind of battling each other out whilst Tyler has sat and waited. So those two were fighting each other for like who's going to be the person this year to take on Tyler. And wouldn't you know it, was neither of them.
Yeah.
It was none of them. But just sticking with last one standing, I thought it was a great last one standing event. Joe becoming the first ever 2-time winner, did it back-to-back years. Rue, I think, becoming the first ever person to be the last one out. He lost to Brittany once in the at the very end. So yeah, I just think that event set the precedent that those two were going to have pretty good years, Tim.
Yeah, and I like what you said too, that Tyler was the one kind of like sitting there. Tyler had a lot of close calls throughout the year. Like every match that he played, even in the match that he ended up eventually losing his title in, was pretty close, pretty fun matches. And like you said, Rue and Joe though were at a few of them, and
yes.
it definitely set the tone. As
but
far
as other people rise, like this year, like Act 1, we got to see Javi cash in on his contender match from the previous year that he was not able to do. Scandal erupted, Tim, and I only want to mention this briefly because I think we've talked about it ad nauseum. But some shuffling of the schedule had to be done in Act 1. I think everyone adjusted well. I think Rue proved that without prep, he's probably one of the most dangerous people out there.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was the Tyler show all the way up through Duel of the Fates or Summer Nights, depending on, whichever you prefer. And even beyond that in many ways, but it was the Tyler show. He defended against Rue. Duel defends against Posse. Both matches close, but like handedly won by the defending champions. So that was the story of Act 1. Beyond scandal, and I think the other story is the debut teams. We have debut teams in Act 1, and every single winning debut team knocked out their opponent.
That's right. I forgot about that. There's some others. There are some other debut teams who have some knockouts later, but
just 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Act 1. Old promises fulfilled. Act 2.
Strange World, right?
Yeah.
How did I remember that? My God. Okay.
Oh, because it was.
Because it was crazy, man. We did the frenzy in Act 2 this year, right?
We did.
That was fun.
That's why we called it that.
Good stuff. Is it really?
That's where it happened. That's part of it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Usually like a couple meanings to the acts.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that was strange. Joe cashing in his last one standing win during an episode of round 4.
That's right. Oh, that was beautiful. That was so fun.
This is one of those matches. So Joe scored higher percentage-wise than Tyler in this match. Tyler came back to win it.
Was that the Ocean's 13 thing at the end?
Oh, yep. And Joe was winning, and then it flipped right there. But yeah, no, like you, this would be the first in several title matches that Tyler, and I don't want to say this to demean him, but barely squeaked by, because obviously he did it through like knowledge and being good at the game and stuff like that. But like,
and everyone coming up to his level. and
Yes.
everyone working hard to get to his level. I mean, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but even when you get to the Igor match, like Igor's always been a great player. I think once he teamed up with Joe, he went up a notch and has been top notch since, but he raised it even higher for that match. And he almost won that match too. So I think like Tyler has this ability to make his opponents like come up to the he's like the Green Bay Packers in that way. It's pretty cool. So I love watching the dude.
I don't want to say I'm a fortune teller, but once Rue and Joe lost to Tyler again at the beginning of the year, I sat back and I had this thought where I was like, I feel like the person, if anyone, that's going to beat Tyler is going to be someone we don't expect.
Random, yeah.
Going into round 5 in that Igor versus Tyler match, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be it. And he like just missed out on it.
Yeah.
So,
but then someone else did it.
Cool.
It was pretty cool.
We'll get there.
Pretty cool. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. I just got a little...
Teams in Act 2 Strange World was all about the frenzy. Rue and Ryan winning that together, only to play against each other. Slight story that it probably goes overlooked in the grand scheme of things, but like this had to be at least the 4th or maybe even 5th teams contender match that Jay Burns has played in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It's been a while since the last one, but
it's been a while. Yeah, but it's still a stat. Yeah,
yes, indeed.
Javi, get on that.
Yeah, let us know. But Ryan obviously would go on to have incredible success later in the year, but this was the start of it.
Stupid.
Ultimately, Wrong Side of the River challenges again. Second act in a row where Rue is challenging for a title. Second act in a row where Joe is challenging for a title. But again, the story is the same. Tyler defends. Duel of the Fates defends. Yeah. 5-way. Had a fun 5-way that led into Act 3, but we'll talk about it. Go, Tim.
No, it's just crazy because like Duel of the Fates played this season. Like we're at a place now where we're coming up. We're gonna see Posse Galore. We're gonna see Posse Galore, but we're gonna see Mighty Crabjoys challenge for a belt. And Tyler was the champ earlier this year.
Earlier this year, like a few months ago.
Yeah, Posse Galore won their belts by beating 3 other teams, one of them being the champs Duel of the Fates. So the fact that Duel of the Fates was there, defended twice, and now Tyler is back with a new teammate who, as you said earlier, Javi Rising Star, we love the kid. He's awesome. And he just like, it's awesome. It's crazy. This year's cool. This is a cool year. Fandom.
Absolutely. And honestly, this act may have been my favorite.
2 or 3?
Nope, Act 3. Moving on.
Tournament, right?
Alpha and Omega, yeah.
Yeah.
I really liked this idea. It was almost Woat last year, but then I sort of decided we should hold off and make it the summer thing. And then Woat was born, and I was like, oh, this is cool too. The idea of having 2 concurrent tournaments where 1, the winner is advancing, and 2, the loser is advancing towards something they really don't want to advance to. That being a retirement match. The amount of upsets in these 2 tournaments is insane. Like, I expect to see several upset of the year nominations just from these tournaments. And that includes
and sorry, again, me being the person who jumps the gun, the team's tournament later also has some fun upsets. Jesus. Anyway.
Yes, indeed. All from the same guy. What do you know? Mike Hanley beat Brannon out of the gate, which I did not think would happen.
That's right. Yeah.
Let's see here. Javi upsetting Payson. That was a pretty close. They were pretty close at that point in time. And then obviously in Omega, all of the lower seeds, who again were supposed to be like worse, like the 1 seed is supposed to move on.
They had the lower rank. They had the lowest rankings, yeah.
But like the highest one on pay, like the number 1 seed is effectively the one who's supposed to be at the end of the tournament losing.
Correct.
They all won their first matches. They were a bit more experienced players, I would say. You had your Jim Greens, your Alec Millers, your Mike Hanleys, all winning their first matches. And then in round 2, you had Javi with probably the winner of upset of the year, if I'm going to be honest, Javi versus Joe. Which again, you'll see in the promo for Posse versus Mighty Crabjoys. Joe mentions that the team he's playing, he's defending his title against, is made up of the only 2 people that have beat him in singles this year.
That's true.
And Javi winning was a special moment, I think.
Yeah, and he likes to downplay himself, but it was a good one. You played in a contender match in this.
I forgot about that.
You lost, but
I lost. Yeah, Rule of 2 won. We did good against Rule of 2. I'm happy with our performance against Rule of 2. Less happy later with the performance that happened, but the 4-win, that was the big thing.
Yeah,
Duel of the Fates. We knew they were leaving. What are we gonna do? Got to do something big. They've been dominant. They've been a staple of the league for the past 2 years. Got to do something big. And quite frankly, at the time, all of the teams in contention for challenging were teams that they had beaten twice in title matches. And I was like, this is not exciting if they just play the same team again and beat them for a 3rd time.
Yeah.
So I said, how about all of them?
Yeah.
And it was exciting. Heart racing because I didn't set it up in a way where they should automatically win. Anyone could have beaten anyone. We could have beaten Rule of 2. Cabin 66 could have beaten Wrong Side of the River. But the way it was set up, I was like, I think what's going to happen is what we want to happen.
Yeah.
And it happened.
Yeah.
And it was great. Match of the year nomination for sure. But
we also cannot leave Act 3 without recognizing that we lost someone. We had to say goodbye.
Yes. Which, by the way, I believe this will be nominated for Match of the Year as well.
It's so good.
I'm certainly putting it on the ballot, and better believe I'm voting for it.
It's actually really good. I know I'm being a doofus, but Bridget versus Maria is really good.
Silver and gold, Civil War. Their name is perfect. One got silver, the other got gold.
Yeah, true.
Maria losing basically the whole match. Bridget had a higher accuracy than her when all was said and done, but Maria came back to win it in sudden death, retiring her own teammate. It was insane.
I think there's also something to be said. Bridget's great. We love Bridget. We are happy that we're going to keep seeing her in teams. But I think this is just a fun thing that Bridget does because she got introduced to it. And yeah, I think that win meant a lot to Maria. And you could tell, and that just made my heart very happy. Because I like Maria. I like that she's donned this whole Omega Queen persona now. I think it just meant a lot to her, and I was happy to see it. And it was a really cool match. It's a really good match. And we said it then when we did our Q&A after the act ended. But there's a reason we put it in the event, because it was a really good match, but B, people in those types of matches don't often get
they don't make it to the big stage.
And it's a big match. Someone's gonna retire because of it. So yeah, it was fun.
I agree. Very cool stuff. That was obviously part of Summer Nights, which eventually became Duel of the Fates in honor of the retiring Duel of the Fates. Tyler also played Rue at this after Rue won the Alpha tournament.
Yes.
This match was insane. The first match they played was good. This match was insane. For reference, the first time they played this year, Tyler won with a 73% accuracy, beating Rue with a 53% accuracy. You beat him by over 20 percentage points. In this match, they had the exact same percentage at 69%, which I also find humorous. But they were neck and neck. It was I thought that was the time Rue was going to do it. Sad he didn't, just because it would have been a cool story, but happy for Tyler in that Actually, I think beating Igor, he solidified an automatic rematch should he ever lose. Spoilers. But Summer Nights overall, Duel of the Fates, as it will henceforth be known. I thought it was great. I thought it was one of the best events we've ever done.
No, I agree. Yeah, no complaints here. I thought it was a lot of fun. And I like the big long video. Thought it was great. Yeah, it worked out really well. Like this one.
One more thing in this act, because we've neglected him thus far, even though he's done so much, is Jacoby Bancroft.
Love him.
MVP of the last one standing.
Yes.
His first MVP or first time coming out of last one standing with anything. Part of the three-way contender match after the controversy passed.
Yes.
So that's one singles contender match. Obviously, on the team of the person who won the Fandom Team's Frenzy, so he challenged for the team's belt.
Yes.
And then he uses his last one standing MVP shot to earn a contender match to get into the four-way.
Yes.
And they came in third, I believe.
That sounds right. Yeah, Rule of 2 was in fourth, I think.
It turned into two matches. Turned into like
was,
people fighting for first and people fighting for third. But it was great.
True. Yeah. There's one thing about Act 4. There's only one thing to talk about. And I think you know what it is.
You guys lost to the Born Identity.
Yeah, we did. We did not play well this year. We were bad.
They did good. They did really good in that match.
They're great. I think they're a great team. Like,
I'm going to put this out there now, and it's not just because I run the schedule. I think the Born Identity will play in a contender match for sure, and I give them like 70% odds that they play in a title match next year.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would echo those sentiments. But also, it was
I know what you were gonna say.
It was like 2020 up in here. Except you're not alone and sad eating Wendy's in your apartment, and I'm not. Well, I was still drunk, but I was happier than in 2020. And but it was like 2020 in every other way because you were challenging for belts. Anna playing incredible.
Yeah. It was crazy.
But they beat your ass. Sorry.
Yeah, we got wrecked. That score sounds incredibly familiar to me. Hang on.
What?
So we lost 36-18. They doubled our score, knocked us out. It sounds so familiar. Hang on.
It's something that you and I did.
Yeah. I think.
Did we do that to Maggie and Tyler?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say what?
Oh, wait a minute. We did that to Necronomicon, and I did that to Scully the first.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be me.
They were close. They were close. Actually, I haven't done that to you. You know who I didn't do it to is Maggie.
Yeah, she's a legend. She might come back.
Why does I'm only just noticing this. Everyone I played scored like 18.
Something in the water.
Match I'm looking at, the score is 18. Okay, I did beat you 38-18.
Nice. That's so weird.
The only person, no, two people. Scully the second time. Oh, and Hogan, surprisingly, to score over 20 in a title match against me. This is just random shit I'm looking up now. But anyway, yeah, we got our asses kicked, which is fair. I thought we might.
I'm really glad I wrote that round 5.
Got there by luck.
No,
kind of.
You beat good teams to get there, and honestly, how do I say this without you beat good teams that deserved maybe a little better. And what I mean by that is I feel very bad for no ticket to Nether.
Fair.
Because I had money on them against you guys. Sorry. And I definitely had money on them against Blockbuster Video. Sorry, Nazario and Mike. But they got very unlucky at the back half of this season.
Yeah,
I'm
they
excited.
started off hot. They started off like 3-0 with a knockout. Like
I think they were hot in the two matches. In the match against you guys and the match against Blockbuster. They just
in that match we had the same accuracy. It was 62-62. So
yeah, crazy.
So that's nuts. Fandom Jeopardy was introduced.
Good shit, Javi. Six-way ladder seating.
Six-way ladder. The seating match happened. Crazy match. But if you skipped the match and went to the end, you'd be like, I don't need to watch this because everyone placed where I thought they would. But like you didn't know that as it was happening. Everyone was everywhere. And then
Ryan Payne makes it to a contender match too.
Yeah, dude, Ryan had a sneaky good year. It's just other people like Rue and Joe had absurd years.
Yeah.
But yes, Ryan makes it to a contender match for the second time against Kaiser. Second time playing Kaiser, who went on and did a thing.
So awesome.
It was very awesome, and I feel terrible. But I swear on my life, I felt the same way when this happened as half of me did when we lost to Dummies.
Yeah.
Obviously, the player half of me was very sad. But the person who runs a show with you was like, oh my God, this is the most exciting thing that could have happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Kaiser becoming champion is the most exciting thing that could have happened in that moment.
And I hear he hates Joe.
Yes.
I don't know that for fact. I just hear it. So I'm repeating it.
Great.
Just kidding. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And so Kaiser's here today. We're going to see him later. We're going to talk to him. It's going to be exciting because he's got a belt to defend. And like I said, he's going up against his mortal enemy, Joe Farrelly, who is hungry through that ladder. Granted, he only had to beat one person.
True.
The ladder itself, as we said in the seating match, was exciting, but it kind of went the way we thought. Ryan Payne.
Dude. Well, hang on before we get there. Because, yes, I agree with you. Before we get to that, let's rewind.
Okay.
Fanzone.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll start back at the beginning of Fanzone.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll go back to that. So, Rue wins the inaugural last word, even further solidifying his year. I don't know. I'm going to be real honest with everyone right now. Don't know if we're going to do like an overall player category, because overall really just is Fanzone and fandom. But maybe, who knows? If we did, Rue is a shoo-in to be nominated for sure. Probably the front runner to win. Wins the last word. Thought it was a great event. Tim, will it be happening again?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
I already got my judges.
Nice. And then tell me about Act 1.
Yeah, I mean, we kicked off the season a little bit. I don't want to say small scale. It wasn't small scale at all. It was just, pretty standard picture stuff. And Rue ends up at the title match, which was funny because he wins the last word. And I was like, wow, I remember saying at the end of that event, like, Rue, if this is how you're going to play all year, like, whoa. And yeah, sure enough, like that picture, he has a really great run against who did he beat? Oh, he beat Kastner, and then he beat Barr. So he ends up losing to Kirk, but I think that only put more fire in him because we didn't really see him again until he got to cash in. Yeah. And obviously we know how that went. We'll get to that later. But
real quick, Barr, by the way, in this act.
Great.
We lost him, first of all.
Yes.
He's taking a break. But he did great.
Yeah.
Like a few years ago, he didn't do great.
That's fair.
I'm just saying, like, the first match of the year was Barr versus Joe. And Joe's going to challenge for the Joe has beaten Rue before, and he's going to challenge Rue right now for the belt in this event that's about to happen. And he's out here beating him in the first match of the year.
Yeah.
Bar did great.
He did. Good point. Yeah, but Kirk had a great match against Rue. Kirk also, though, I think one of the bigger stories of Kirk is that all of his title matches this year were rematches, and they were rematches where he kind of dominated hard in the matches he won. Beating Rue.
He beat everyone 4-2.
Yeah. Beating Brian, which I think was a big win for him to kind of cement the fact that, you know, him losing to Brian the first time they played. It wasn't a title match, but the first time that they played wasn't the end all be all for him. I think that he has the upper hand on Brian now. So I think that was really exciting. And then Kirk and Nazario having an awesome run. Nazario's run in Act 3 when we did our tournament is really interesting because he kind of got thrown in because of some stuff going on. Yeah. And he knocked out Jacoby, who is a former champion. That match is disgusting. And I love Jacoby. I think Jacoby's an all-time Fanzone debate player. Like, he's so good. I love watching his matches. We just saw him in this picture, unfortunately lose to Joe, but in all of his matches in this last picture too, he's incredible. But Nazario in that match, and Nazario against Joe, and Nazario in the title match, even though he loses,
I thought that was going to be the time.
Yeah, I was feeling like that was the moment that Kirk was gonna lose the belt. But it didn't happen. But good shit all around. Some of my other favorites throughout the year. Spence knocking out Brooklyn, I think, was a really good match, actually. Brooklyn ended up getting a really good win really recently against Tyler Birch, actually, very recently. And so that was a few weeks ago. And that's a really good match. That one is also really fun. But yeah, pretty much like all the main guys that we see around Fanzone, which again, I want to get, we're going to get some new people. I've had people reach out to me already, so I'm excited to get some new blood in here. But there weren't too many like crazy bad matches. Like, I hate to say it, like a lot of the matches were great. Another big highlight was Mike Hanley versus Kaiser. That was dumb because the first question comes out and Mike is just like, I don't know what's happening, and then sweeps Kaiser in questions 2, 3, and 4 to win. It was nasty. It was very kooky.
I have a highlight.
Yeah,
Chadwick Webb.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Joining the Perfect Game Club,
and
pretty cool.
He also knocked out Kaiser. And
followed it up. Yeah, he wasn't a one hit.
It wasn't a perfect game. He was 1 vote off. So his 2 matches for the year were 2 KOs.
And he's only been voted against once by 1 judge.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was nasty. He had a great year. He's if he keeps playing that way, he's gonna challenge for a belt. Like, it was really awesome. So yeah, good shit. As we got towards the end of the year, bigger picture, a lot more matches, but we already referenced some of them. Chadwick and Kaiser, Tyler and Brooklyn. But you got to see some new blood kind of go towards the title a little bit. Javi got a win against Jack, and then ended up losing to Joe. But it really, really fun match, the Joe and Javi match. What were you going to say?
I don't think we said it specifically, but obviously, you know, Kirk was dethroned.
Oh, yeah, duh, yeah.
Rue's challenge worked.
When we came back from the break, yeah, Rue cashed in, took on Kirk, and yeah, won the belt. And that's a great match too, because that one goes down to the wire, and the speed round is a fickle beast. But Rue's good at it.
That's how he won the shop to get there.
Yeah, Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, no, you said it. Some new people kind of inching their way towards, but ultimately it comes down to people like Joe, people like Jacoby, people who've been in contender matches, title matches, held belts.
And this is the first time Joe is challenging for the Fanzone belt. Is tonight.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
It's not his first. It's his third contender match, if I remember correct. So I know he's played
for sure.
I know he's played Jacoby before in a contender match, and Jacoby won.
And then he had the one earlier this year. So yeah, it must be
made it to the finals of the tournament, and then
yeah, you're right. So yeah, that's totally right.
So yeah, good luck to Joe. I'm excited because listen, no shot against Rue. He's very good. Kirk kind of felt unbeatable for a while. Kirk kind of felt like Tyler, where anyone going up against him, it was kind of like maybe, but like gonna watch Kirk win again.
Yeah.
This feels more like it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Rue's been crazy, but I think, the thing with debate is anybody could win any match any day
if you pay the right amount.
Correct. Exactly.
No, but like if Rue goes on and defends 4 times in a row, I'm going to be saying that about Rue. But it's just because he's so new to holding the belt, it feels like anything could happen. Which brings us to Act 5 of Fandom Fights. We have new teams champions. Recently new. They defended once in dominant fashion. It was a good setup for, what we saw, which was the culmination of the team's tournament and the singles ladder. I want to talk about the tournament first because the singles ladder is crazy. Lots of upsets. No, actually, I want to talk about the singles. They're both crazy. Let's talk about the ladder first. What will officially be known as the Ladder of Pain.
Ryan Payne.
Dude. Came out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere. Like, as we said, he was doing well prior to this. But this ladder really he showed me that he has what it takes to, like, play at a title match level.
Yeah. Dude, he beat some all-time greats. He beats Javi. Then he beats Robert. He beats Igor. And then plays really well against Rue. It was awesome. It was great to watch.
It was good because ladders there's a risk with ladders. They could just win one and then lose the next, and then it's just kind of like, okay, yada. Ryan made this ladder exciting by going from the bottom almost to the top. Again, beating former champions, beating current teams champions, and people who've challenged for singles belts. The last seeded person, Javi, has already beaten the 1 seeded person, Joe, this year. So for Ryan to run through all of them, or almost all of them, was crazy. Culminated in Rue versus Joe 2. A matchup that I don't think has happened recently. Can't remember the last time they played, but they have played before. This was their second time playing.
Yeah.
And it kind of felt like we were due for a rematch between these two.
Yeah, especially the way the season had been going. Yeah.
But Joe clearly is on some kind of mission, as you can tell. Like we said, this is the big stage you want to make it to, and Joe is hogging it.
Yeah, he's in everything.
Yeah. Beats Rue, quite frankly, pretty handedly. Goes on to challenge. I think he really wants this.
Yeah, I think if of the 3 things he's playing in tonight, if I had to rank them in the order of which I think he wants them, this is number 1. Like, yes. I think this is the one that he wants.
And again, this is no shot at Kaiser. Just the same way I wasn't taking a shot at Rue for Fanzone. Now that the belt has changed hands, there's more of an unpredictability. We haven't seen Kaiser defend 7 times like Tyler has.
Yeah.
So I think there's a new fire lit under him. But I also didn't think Kaiser was going to beat Tyler.
He did.
So who knows? I don't think it could be set up any more exciting. We had another Phantom Jeopardy. Joe did win that. That just happened. Just saw that yesterday. So maybe that's starting off on a good foot.
I think what we decided, which I'm sorry if I'm wrong about this, and I'm just like totally an idiot. We're gonna do one more Fandom Jeopardy at the start of next year, and then we're gonna have the winners back for a winners match. So that's you.
That is me. I think that was a maybe.
Oh no, we're doing it.
Okay, great. Can't wait. I'll study up.
You versus Joe versus Maggie.
TBD. Okay.
No, she's not gonna. They would be like the team duel of the fates is who's on the team, and she'd be like, I don't know. It's funny that I forget. Total side tangent, but I was talking to someone. It must have been Javi, and she like comes around the corner and is like looking at who's on the screen, like leaves, and then like the next day she's like, "Who were you talking to last night?" I'm like, "You saw that was Javi," and she was like, "Oh, that was Javi." And I was like, "You've never seen his face before?" Like, what?
Funny. But Tim, it's all been leading to here. This is the culmination. This is final Act 5. At the end of Act 5, it's the final act, and it's the 5th one we're doing. Don't get that confused. And it's December, Tim. It's December 5th.
Remember.
Indeed. Did we move it just to fit that quote from the film? Yes.
Literally.
I will show you the messages, Tim. Feel free to take a screenshot and throw it right up on the screen.
Nick messages me and just goes with all the graphics because he's a madman and he gets bored at work. And he sends me all the graphics for the event. And he goes, "Holy shit. We have this scheduled for December 6th. We should move it to the 5th. Remember the 5th of December." And I'm like, absolutely. And he goes, Can we air it on a Friday? I'm like, why not? Let's do it. So it's happening.
Welcome to Friday.
You have the whole weekend to enjoy. So there you go. There you go.
Absolutely.
Coming up next.
Yeah.
We will be seeing two men that we've talked about a lot this evening.
Yeah.
Mr. Joe Fairley, in his first appearance tonight, will be challenging Mr. Amaru Moses for the Fanzone debate belt. Strap in, put on your smoking bibs. It's pretty intense. It's long, but it is tasty.
Indeed.
Is a good way to put it. Also, Brian says some really funny stuff throughout it. So there's that as well.
Great.
And
throughout the night, you can keep a lookout for. We're going to be airing some favorite fandom moments from years past. So keep an eye out for those. We'll follow the Fanzone title with the Fandom Teams title. Posse Galore will defend against the tournament winners, the Mighty Crabjoys. Oh, we didn't even talk about the teams tournament. Mighty Crabjoys fucking destroyed everybody. It was terrifying.
Knockout.
Former champions, knockout. Scary. Blockbuster Video. Won a lot of matches. It was weird, but it kept happening. But Mighty Crabjoys is going up against Posse Galore. Tim?
I had my teeth out.
Yes.
We talk about that a lot throughout the act. If you're watching,
Indeed. But yeah, Mighty Crabjoys. Tyler obviously just lost his team's belt with a different partner, has already gotten back to the title ring with a new partner. It's going to be insane. That's going to be the second match. And we're going to end things with the singles title, Kaiser Wang defending against Joe Fairley. In their second match together, their first match was this year when Joe beat Kaiser narrowly in round 1 of the Alpha tournament. So who knows? Now that Kaiser's on top, Joe was on top then. Who knows what's going to happen? But stay tuned throughout all of it. Comment, answer, play along, do whatever you do. And Tim, why don't you kick us off to the next thing there? Thank you. That's what I wanted. Yep.
Let's go.
Hey, what the hell are you doing walking around dressed like Star Wars?
It's Comic-Con, you idiot. We're going to the Javits Center.
Well, you're the idiots because you three guys would never be walking together.
Yeah, you're his boss, and you two guys are enemies.
Yeah, bite me, Captain Kirk.
Hey, come on. No, that's Star Trek.
Yeah, that's 2 different franchises.
Yeah, sorry, guys. She doesn't know.
Nah, it's okay. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
Let's go. Oh, hey, come on. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Not worth it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Fanzone Debate. We're here. It's the end of the year. big final act event stuff. Lots happening. It's very exciting. We got some title matches, other stuff going on for you today. We're kicking it off with this match. It's the Fanzone debate title match, and I'm looking forward to it because we have the new champion, Amaru Moses. He defeated his arch rival. Well, maybe not arch rival, but he won the belt against Kirk. It was very exciting. He is now a champ. Very happy for him, but he has to go up against Joe Fairley, who is never made it this far in Fanzone debate. He's made it to contender matches, but he's never made it to the title match, and he's done it. And this is a big day for Joe. He's had a lot of stuff today. Will that affect him here? I don't know. But just on the Fanzone side of things, Robert is here. Robert, I've missed you. I've been trying to get you back to judge. You're always so busy because, you know, you have a life. How are you doing? And what do you think of the match?
I'm doing swell, Tim. I'm glad I could be here. This is the only way I would make a final act or whatever, apparently. As to judge, so that's great. But it is what it is. No, I'm looking forward to it. I know both of these guys pretty well. Debated against them both. I think styles, how it is their knowledge base coalesce amongst what it is they have. We're really looking forward to it.
Brian, you also do have a life. But you're around here a little bit more. You've gotten to judge a lot of these matches leading up to this one, and I'm excited to have you here. What do you think about Rue being the champ going up against Joe?
Well, my children are older teenagers, so I definitely have a lot more free time than these guys. So I'm always available. This match, looking forward to. I didn't receive payments from either one of them, so that means I have to actually listen and judge by the debate. It's bullshit, but here I am. Looking forward to it. Glad to see a title match. Doesn't have Kirk in
it. That's fair. All right, let's bring in the players. We'll start with the challenger, Mr. Fairley. Joe, as I stated, you've never made it to the title match, but you're here. You've made it now, and you're going to debate Rue. What are your thoughts?
I'm really looking forward to this. I think everyone knows that Rue and I get on really well. I'm looking forward to this. I think we've debated once. We've sort of been competing sort of neck and neck across everything this year. I'm looking forward to it. And this is the one thing fandom related that I haven't won. So there's that.
Yeah, that's
that going for it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I hope I do enough just to get one creative nickname from Robert Kastner here. I watch everything. And I'm like, I want one of those.
That's
it. The irony if Rue gets every vote from him.
I know. I'm not saying that to encourage Robert to vote for me. I will have to earn it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Joe. Good luck. We'll see you in the match as we bring in our champion, Mr. Amaru Moses. Rue, after that last match, you won the title. I bet it felt pretty good, and you've been sitting back waiting. You had a lot of people going through this title picture, but Joe is the one on the other end. He says you guys get along. Does that change tonight? I don't know.
We do. We're former teammates. He's one of the first guys I ever debated ever in anything. I still think that Dory is a better side character than Tadashi, but it is what it is. I forgot all about that, as you can tell. But no, my whole plan is I've been wanting this belt and I don't plan to relinquish it. Y'all have been seeing me on this channel all year, fighting for every single belt. And I am the man in the way of stopping Joe from possibly doing what I couldn't do in one full swing. I don't want that to happen tonight. So I'm gonna stop him, hopefully stop him in the tracks. Do what you do in the other two. I don't care. Tonight, I got to keep this belt as much as I love this man. And I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. All right. Well, congrats. Good luck, Rue. And let's get into it. This is how it's going to work. So Rue and Joe drafted categories. We gave them questions based on those categories, and they are going to debate those questions tonight before our very souls. So each player is going to get a 1-minute opening, followed by a 5-minute free-form debate, followed by a 1-minute closing at the end of the debate. Robert, Brian, and I will write on our boards who we thought won the debate. 2 out of 3 votes wins you a point. first player to 4 points in this match, because it is a title match, will win. So there will be 5 prep questions because of the title match. If we get through all of those and we are still at a draw, we will go to a speed round. We'll explain that should we get there. Amaru, Joe, any questions before we kick this off?
No questions, but I will say, Rue, when you picked one of the categories, I thought, can I pick Blue Streak here? But it didn't work out. It didn't work out, and I was disappointed, but never mind.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right, let's do it. All right, we are going to kick this title match off with the first category, which was drafted by Mr. Moses in the category of actors and actresses. And your question is, which Sana Lathan film has the best main character? Amaru, you get to kick this one off. You have 1 minute, sir, when you start.
I chose Mike from the Wood because he's the quintessential coming-of-age character that you fall in love with. An awkward kid from North Carolina who moves to Southern California just looking to fit in, and you find him to be relatable, loyal, sweet, hilarious, but flawed because, like all of us when we were young, he makes stupid-ass decisions. But not like all of us, and not like all coming-of-age movies. He gets the consequences of those dumbass decisions without shying away from them or avoiding them, and he learns, grows. Then we see in the present day, and as we see in the present day cuts to him as an adult, he earns the respect from everyone around him because through his flaws and his strengths, he's loyal, sweet, and becomes one of the most trusted people amongst all his close friends and families. As the adult version is the only one asked to wrangle in his still dumbass friends. And we all have those, both dumbass friends and dumbass moments, making Mike the most relatable, fully formed, in-depth, and likable character because he earned it in a truly lifelike arc he goes through as the best main character in a Sana Lathan film.
Damn it. Time. All right. We'll move over to Joe. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
Monica from Love and Basketball is the most interesting character from a Sana Lathan film. We follow Monica from her childhood as a girl already obsessed and very talented at basketball. But as she gets older, we see her developing relationship with Q. Her character is a fascinating combination of emotional depth, raw ambition, strength, and vulnerability. As an audience member, you are hooked on her journey. She has flaws, but they are normal human flaws. She makes mistakes, and those mistakes shape her life. Her relationships are complex. Her journey is far from cliche, and it feels unique. Her character is at its simplest, and it gives us something rare in film. The story of a Black female athlete, and at its core, she is human and relatable, and is a character whose struggles feel real and whose victories feel earned. From the off, she is about basketball. You think no man is going to get in her way, and you root for her. And then you get this dance scene, and the way she looks at Q in that dance scene, you still root for her, but on a completely different journey, and you root for her both journeys.
Time. Okay, great. Gentlemen, 5 minutes when one of you starts talking. I will throw up the 1 minute warning when the time comes. If you're talking over your opponent, I will throw up the let your opponent talk. Don't make me do that. It makes me sad. 5 minutes when one of you starts.
Joe, it is unique to those who don't watch films with Black women in it. And you say unique for the wrong reasons. The reason it is unique compared to other Black women is because all of that would be fine about Monica if she had some kind of growth arc or anything. She is the same person from the beginning of the movie to the end of the movie in both love and basketball. She does that stupid hand in the air thing in high school and makes the same mistake in college. She's the still same hard-headed person with her mom at the beginning as she is at the end as an adult, not listening to her mom's lessons about life in terms of when you live in an age or in a time or who you are, you make sacrifices for those you love to make everything better. And more importantly, in love, she's the same selfish person who in college told Q, the love of her life, when he was going through the most sad moment of his life, instead of trying to like get him and bring him in and help him out, she says, yo, I got basketball. I got a curfew. I can't do this. And then later, after she leaves and comes back, she goes up and stays in the same city and breaks up the man's marriage. She is selfish and the same person from beginning to end.
She's not saying from beginning to end, because at the beginning she is all about basketball, and you do think that no man's going to get in her way. You see that at the start when she tries that when they're kids, they start that early relationship, and then she bats it away. But then at that dancing, she changes as a person because she realizes that maybe there is something more that she wants, and it's about her balancing that. I actually think Mike is quite a boring character without Roland and Slim around, and I think one of the most interesting things about him, apart from those two, is his relationship with Alicia. But the problem with doing it in those flashbacks is that you only get tasters of that relationship. You get them sort of courting at the beginning, and then it cuts away, and you cut back, and it's just a 3-week fling, and then you cut away from that, and she gives him the sympathy lay, and then it cuts away from that again. Everything that you want to see about their relationship, you don't actually get to see. You see the beginnings of it. You see these little tiny things that I think are interesting, but you don't get enough of them because it cuts away, and it's another flashback, and it's years later. And I think that's the biggest issue with it.
You're talking about the 3-week relationship with Alicia. That's not the main relationship in that story. You said it in the first place. It's with his 2 boys, and the whole story is about him with his boys.
But without them, he's not interesting.
He's extremely interesting. One, he does the dumbass thing of touching the butt of the woman that the girl that he has a crush on, and he takes the consequences of the older brother beating his ass. So interesting that because he stood up to him, that same brother that beat his ass says, "Hey, yo, I got respect for you. Even though you just called my name out when I was trying to rob this store, I have respect for you now because you stood up for me." And you know what else he did? He then, when the cops pulled him over, said he was the only one who started coughing while the cops were looking in the car and find weed to save Stacy, the dude who just beat his ass, from getting arrested. This is just a minimal part of what's going on. Then you could talk about the bet in terms of when they get older, when he's no longer the shy kid from North Carolina. Then you add the stuff.
That's the problem with it.
Losing his virginity. He keeps growing and growing and growing. Whereas you said that Monica
doesn't keep growing because it cuts away because it's in flashbacks. It's done in. You get a couple of flashbacks, but the actual growth, the actual way you'd see that growth come through, is glossed over, and that's the problem. When you come back to Monica's Love of Basketball, the fact is you do see that growth because you see her changing through each bit. You see those, the 4 quarters that it gives you, and you actually see that growth happening. You see her at the beginning being that all about basketball, then you see it change during the dancing, but then you get that conversation with her mother at the end. And yes, you could say that she's still as obstinate, but that's the person she is. She's a person who is strong in her beliefs, and that is interesting. She doesn't let them waver. The only person she lets them waver for is Q, and I think that's a really interesting, because it is about balancing that love and basketball. You relate to Mike maybe because of how he is with others, but you relate to Monica because of who she is in herself, and that makes her a more interesting character because it's not about who surrounds her; it's about her as a person.
You keep talking about her not wavering. The only time she wavers is literally in the last 15 minutes when she wants to play for her life. You said she wasn't all about basketball. She left him in the lurch in college, then went overseas and played professional basketball for I don't know how long, then went back to the city but you keep saying she's not wavering. The story is the 4 quarters. The story and the writing is what's grown.
But she does waver. She wavers at the dance because she doesn't even want to go to the dance in the first place. She wavers because of Q. So you do see that, but that's when she chooses to prioritize basketball, and then later on, as you see her grow, that's why she chooses Q, because she's seen the consequences.
When in the last 15 minutes, because you forget the fact that she didn't waver in college when he goes through the worst thing in his life, and she says, "Yo, I have a curfew. I'm not going to help you." That still, people go up and down, right? And as a kid, she wants to go to the dance, and then she chooses basketball again and again. You talk about Mike never growing again. You glossed over the bet. It's the flash forwards that are the scenes we don't see. We see him as a kid for the majority of the film go from an awkward North Carolina kid to somebody who knows everything about South Central.
Okay, let's go over to Joe. Joe, you get to close first. You have 1 minute when you start talking.
Monica is more interesting than Mike because her character is built around an intense internal conflict, visible growth, emotional complexity, and high-stakes ambition. Mike is warm, funny, and grounded, but his story isn't designed to challenge or transform him in the same way. Monica's journey lets us explore identity, gender, love, and dreams, while Mike's journey mostly lets us reminisce. With Monica, we see these complexities come to the surface through her interactions with Q, her mother, her coach, and herself. Mike's interactions are mostly surface level with no real complexities, except with Alicia. But the most interesting parts of that relationship happen off screen. We see the beginnings of them, and then when we flash back, the whole relationship's completely changed, but we don't see how it changes. I don't think you can call a character interesting when the most interesting parts of their life are glossed over and skipped so that we can get fun scenes. And I agree those scenes are fun, but he's not an interesting character because it's the characters around him that make him interesting, whereas Monica is interesting in herself.
Time. Okay, let's go over to Amaru. You have 1 minute when you start talking.
Everything that Joe has talked about in terms of seeing interesting characters is about the great writing and directing that Gina Prince Bythewood puts into the movie, while we are examining a story about a woman who is the same person from the beginning, the middle, and end, that has no arc, that chooses basketball over and over and over, her selfishness over and over and over. And she is the best character if you want to see what it's like to never grow and learn from everything, and then eventually get what you want. In terms of Mike, Mike is the quintessential person you want to see, because you relate to how awkward he is and how he grows into his own person, how unselfish he becomes, even though he makes stupid decisions and gets consequences from those decisions. We never see coming of age characters actually being flawed and then turning into good people because they actually had to live through getting beat up, having to live through trying to lose their virginity, having to live through seeing their friends do stupid shit and having to be the ones who need to make up for it. Mike is the person you want to be in every coming of age film.
Okie dokie. Let's bring in the judges. Okay. Good start. I went with Rue. I thought that Joe did a good job explaining the character, kind of talking about why they're interesting, and why the character, why Monica has a lot of depth and is maybe more complex than Rue was making it out to be. But I felt like Rue just did a really, really strong job at talking about why his character was not only interesting, but also like a character that is just a great character all the way around, from like from the writing and everything, but also the acting, the situations that the character is put in and what they do for other people. I thought was a really good take on it. And I thought like his punches against Monica were strong. I think Joe did a good job of kind of dodging them a little bit, but I think on the whole, Rue just did a bit of a better job on this one. Brian, your thoughts?
I also voted for Rue on this one. I think that he did still a better job to me of telling why his was a better character, because as explained, you get to see him, everything as a kid and as an adult in that journey, and how he changes and everything that happens to him in his life up to that point. And so how the movie just kind of gave us more to latch on to with that character, making a better character. Monica's an interesting character, but it feels like it's more just like a snapshot of one section of her life.
Okay. Robert, your vote doesn't count. Where would you have gone?
I felt like Rue came out throwing a flurry of punches, like at the beginning. I think his knowledge and his connection, I think overall to Mike as a North Carolina kid, and that's kind of Rue right now, sort of holds up. And then Joe got to the end, and Joe made some very salient points, which I thought sort of pushed him further close to like a 50-50. And then Rue just sort of brought it home. I think Rue's knowledge base, he just sort of hit him with. So I went with Jack Ruby, the guy who shot Lee Harvey Oswald, because Rue kind of shot Joe. This was like first shot.
That's reasonable.
Oh my goodness. All right. Let's get into the next one. Rue is up 1-0. We're going to go to the next question, which was in the category of family films. Your question is, which 1980 to the present Christmas movie has the best ending? We are going to start with Joe on this one. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start.
Christmas at its heart is about family, and I think the ending of Home Alone really captures the true sense of sort of Christmas and Christmas films. It gives Kevin and the audience this true sense of the importance of family. After telling his family that he wants them to disappear, and he's accidentally left behind. He goes through this whole ordeal with Harry and Marv. He thinks his wishes come true, but everything from his ordeals with Harry and Marv and his dealings with Old Man Marley, he comes to truly understand how much his family and most of all his mother actually mean and how important they are. And when they reunite at the end, it is soft and it is warm, it is emotionally resonant. The return of his full family and their surprise at the cleanliness of the house and how much he has grown as a person. Then looking out the window at Old Man Marley reuniting with his family, and it sort of shows the impact that he has had on others and how much just small little moments can have impact on others. And I think the final beat is a comedic one as well, and his brother reaction to finding the state of the room. And I think it grounds that ending, and it ends on a simple comedic beat, but it's a beautiful ending.
Okay, we're gonna move over to Mr. Moses. You have 1 minute when you start.
All the endings of Christmas movies kind of feel the same. Wholesome reunion, heartfelt music, family joy, belief and hope, and all of those same tropes that make us feel warm and fuzzy inside. So when thinking of what's the best Christmas movie ending, I always go with the one that sticks out to me, and that's the ending of The Santa Claus. It still has all that stuff we love in Christmas endings: whimsical music, magic bringing hope and belief back to the masses, and everyone accepting their inner child, with the gifts presented to Charlie's mom and his stepdad that put a realistic caveat for a lot of children, that we don't always go back to the way things were to be happy, and children can accept and love the next steps, since Scott and his family don't get back together. Instead, they stop doing the things that broke the family up in the first place, especially Scott. Learn and live with those consequences in the new normal, and joy can still be found and preserved. Plus, I love the addition of the elves being there at the time, because we usually don't get those characters like witnessing those kind of transformations. You get all the feels you normally do in Christmas endings, but the Santa Claus ends with the understanding that there are multiple ways to have a joyful Christmas ending.
Awesome. All right, guys, 5 minutes when one of you starts talking.
I think my main issue with the ending to the Santa Claus is that the main thing that we're sort of focusing on is that relationship between Scott and Charlie, and that sort of acceptance of him being Santa, and all that sort of stuff. It all sort of ends in the second act, and it's not. And the ending seems, and I agree, it's whimsical, but I don't feel there's anything properly emotional resonant in there. And I take issue with whimsical music, because John Williams' score for Home Alone, especially the ending of Home Alone, is more than whimsical. I think it is beautiful, and it really does capture that sense, and it tugs at those heartstrings, which is what that ending is doing. But just to end on, and that final little comedic beat of Kevin, what did you do to my room? It just grounds that film, and it just brings everything around that. Yes, Kevin has been through this thing, and yes, he has changed, but also he's still a kid. And I think that everything about that ending to Home Alone encapsulates it, whereas yours is just a little bit more of just a little comedic note with the presents being dropped down, like the weenie whistle and all that sort of stuff. I feel like it's just the true ending of the big main story happens more in the second act than the ending of the actual ending.
I'm not comparing anything to John Williams ever. Both of them are whimsical. We still have the Christmas bells. You feel it when it happens. I always thought Santa Claus, while Charlie and Scott were very essential, again, it's about moving forward and on and accepting who comes back. That's why you have when Charlie tells his stepdad, "Don't worry, you're just remembering your inner child," because it brings everybody in together. And that's what the Santa Claus is really about. And that's why it's different, because it doesn't have to just be the two of them. It has to be Charlie knowing, now I have a Santa Claus dad and a stepdad and my mom and all of that. And you talk about a comedic point when Scott takes Charlie on the trip, and his mom says, "No ocean, Scott, no ocean, Scott." It's really funny and it's really cute. My issue with Home Alone is really, like, when we look at it in the big picture of things now, it's so similar to others. But more than that, in Home Alone 2, all that ending goes to shit. They left him again. And freaking Kevin goes back and sees a stranger who he thinks he's scared of, and is scared of them again. He doesn't learn anything from the endings of the original movie, and it all goes to shit when you think about it in the grand schemes of things.
Yeah, but you could say that with the Santa Claus too. It's like, oh, he has to find, now he's got to have to accept his stepmother as well and bring in that family. So you can sort of make those same arguments with that. But it's more than just the ending with Kevin and his family in Home Alone. It's that little stuff of Old Man Marley as well, because that whole stuff is, he's a serial murderer and all this stuff. But then they have that conversation in the church in the second act, and that final ending brings it home. The ending with Kevin and his family tugs at the heartstrings, but when he looks out that window and sees Old Man Marley reuniting with his family, that is where the real tug starts to go, because that's more than just Kevin and his family. It's Kevin's impact, and what Kevin bringing on what he learned to Old Man Marley and seeing the impact that has, that little wave that he gives him. And I think it's such a beautiful ending that really does encapsulate the spirit of family at Christmas, which makes it the best ending of a Christmas film.
The Santa Claus 2 helps expand on the fact that the Santa Claus is about accepting extended family, new family, bringing them in. I would love to bring my stepmother in. That's exactly what we get from that ending, and the wholesomeness again of the elves coming in and smiling like, yes, I helped do that. I helped do that. And everybody believing that it's Santa Claus. The comedic beats of the cops running in and the mom saying, no, he's already on the roof. You can't do anything about it. And everybody just coming together and believing in Santa Claus again, believing in family, believing that, hey, you don't have to be back here in the home in my life, but you are still going to be important to me because you're there for me. Even as Santa, when you're gone, I'm going to come visit you and you're going to come visit then. And it brings everybody together. And that's the spirit of why I think Santa Claus is the best, because it's so different than the same old we get from all the other ones that may have started and is quintessential in Home Alone, but I could probably see a lot of those in A Christmas Story or Miracle on 34th Street, so on and so forth.
Yeah, but I think one of the biggest issues with the ending to the Santa Claus is that those resolutions, they come from the new magic and the power of Santa that Scott has discovered. Whereas with Kevin, it's about who he is as a person. It's not, I think your movie mistakes magic at Christmas for the magic of Christmas. And I think that's a very big different thing. The characters and who they are don't really change that much. It's because, Scott now has this magic and he can give these presents, and that's what brings them together. Whereas what really should be happening is it should have been something that was already there, a lesson that they've learned about who they already were. Whereas it's more about who Scott has become because he's managed to get this magic. And I think it's a little bit of a cop-out.
The funny thing is, though, that like Scott goes from a workaholic who doesn't see his son to a workaholic as Santa who makes the time for his son. That's the thing. The magic is there to unlock the parts of you that you're good at and make you fit into your family.
With Neil, I'm talking about more with Neil and his ex-wife. That sort of stuff, that acceptance only becomes because he now has the magic, not because he's changed.
Okay, we're going to start with Rue for closings. You have 1 minute when you start.
The Santa Claus is full of Christmas magic, and Christmas magic isn't just the magic that of him turning into Santa Claus. It's all the things that the metaphorical magic makes you feel and makes you understand about your life. While things like being a workaholic may help you in some aspects, but you can balance that life. You can balance the negative and the positive. You can take things that you've done, deal with the consequences, and grow from them. So that's why I love the ending of the Santa Claus, because that magic makes him understand, oh, wow, the things I were doing with what I do best was not good. I'm going to change it and do it for the good and bring everybody in and bring the stepdad in and make sure that Charlie knows, while I'm not going to be there in the home, I'm still going to be your dad, and I'm going to accept everybody who's there for you. So Charlie can understand, hey, life isn't always the same cookie cutter box thing, but I can still have that joy and I can still have that presence. Whereas in Home Alone, it's the same cookie cutter one that we see in a whole bunch of other ones. And again, once Home Alone 2 comes along, the same mistakes the mom makes, she makes again. And Kevin is still scared of the old lady. What did he learn?
All right, let's go over to Joe. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
The ending to Home Alone is the perfect resolution to multiple story points: the reconciliation of Kevin and his family, the maturing of Kevin as a person, the reunion of Old Man Marley and his family, plus ending on this great comedy callback comedy beat. The Santa Claus, while having that comedy beat, fails to incite any kind of emotional catharsis, as the real emotional heart of the film has already been resolved at the end of Act 2. A family reuniting after a trying ordeal and surrounding each other is the true magic of Christmas, and that's what Home Alone gives you. The Santa Claus shows us the magic used by Father Christmas or Santa Claus, but not the real magic of Christmas. The simplicity of that hug between Kevin and his mum, with John Williams' score swelling, it gives us that strong sense of family and Christmas, making it the best ending to a Christmas film. I think you can have all these other things there, but I think you can say that it's cookie cutter and it comes from other things. But when you take those things, those true meaning of Christmas, and you do it better than anyone else has, that is a perfect ending.
Okay, let's bring in the judges.
I still want to argue Trading Places as a Christmas family movie.
Did you ever see the Andy Samberg in the cage thing in SNL where he would be Nick Cage? Okay, so he would always like say something Nick Cage related, and then he would go like, "That is the true spirit of Christmas. Fly off to my next adventure. I'm going to impregnate the Statue of Liberty or something like that.
If I had seen that, I probably would have used it in the argument. And that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
All right. Let us begin with Mr. Kastner.
Yeah. Interesting debate. I think they both kind of hit similar points for their pro arguments in terms of like, and trying to explain what a Christmas ending should be about. So I was looking more for the offense or the attacks. And to be honest, I kind of felt they were a little meh. But there were some lines and some balance things that really stuck with me. And unfortunately for one person, all those lines that stuck with me were on the other side. So I went with fairly legal. Yeah, I went with Joe. The things that stuck out for me were like the hit back about sequels, about what Santa Claus 2 does to Unravel with like recognition of Home Alone, and then like confusing the magic of Christmas with magic at Christmas. I thought was just kind of like a killer line for Joe, and Rue really tried to he did a good job trying to climb back from it, but those things stuck out. I just don't like the idea that Home Alone 2 ruins Home Alone ending. For that kind of movie, I don't think really holds. So I went with Joe.
Yeah, I agree with Robert. This was good though. I thought that Rue did a really good job for the Santa Claus. I actually like the Santa Claus quite a bit. Home Alone. It's not one of my favorites. It's one of those that like I just haven't seen that much, and so it's whatever. But anyway, but I thought Rue did a really good job on the Santa Claus. But I think I agree with Robert, that line about like the magic of Christmas versus Christmas magic, or however Joe said it. I think not only was a killer line and like it sounded pretty cool when he said it, but also it painted the picture, and he just explained it of like how in the movie like you could misconstrue that like Scott only does or reconciles with certain people or does certain things because of the powers that he gets. Whereas the lessons learned and everything from Kevin in Home Alone, it really packs the punch for a Christmas ending. So I went with Joe. Brian, your thoughts?
I'm the opposite of Tim, and then I like Home Alone. I think Santa Claus is just an okay movie.
That's
not my kind of thing. I will say I appreciate that both of these people picked movies that were definitely Christmas movies. Didn't have to have that debate on what isn't a Christmas movie.
Yeah,
I'm tired of it. If you want to talk about what's family and what's not family, I don't care about that. I actually went for Rue on this one again. I think that I think he did a better job of telling me how, his movie still has the traditional, the reunions and the feel-good ending, things like that, but it offered something, a little more, something different that you don't get in every Christmas movie, with him kind of accepting his new role and reconciling and, and his whole new relationship with his family. And I just thought he told me why his stands out a little bit more instead of just another Christmas family ending. I will say that I think there was a little too much talk about sequels and how they affected this first movie, because I'm just looking at this movie's ending. I don't care in the grand scheme of things. So that didn't really affect me at all, but I voted for Rue.
All right. So Joe has tied it up. It's 1-1. We're going to move on to the next question, moving right along, as a bear and a frog once said, into the category of Law and Order. This is drafted by Rue. Your question is, which 1995 to 2003 Law and Order film has the best action scenes? We're going to start with Mr. Moses. You have 1 minute when you start talking.
Rush Hour has the best action scenes because of the legend that is Jackie Chan, who you could arguably partially directed all the various car chases, motorcycle chases, foot chases, explosions, shootouts, fight choreography, one-on-one fights, two-on-many fights, one-on-many fights, and numerous practical stunt work that with axes, pool cues, machine guns, food trays, motorcycles, cars, buses, vans, bombs, priceless artifacts, chairs, belts, and every manner of environment that, most importantly, you can actually see fully and clearly, and is enhanced by its amazing comedy and character work to create an endless loop of all those scenes aspects, supporting each other to make the action more than just, oh yeah, it's fill in that blank scene. You remember Lee trying to save the artifacts while fighting 3 guys. You remember Carter dropping to the ground to kill Shang. You remember Carter climbing on the back of the bus. You Lee yelling, "I don't want trouble," while whooping dude's ass. And Lee and Carter doing the patty cake in the Fu Chao restaurant. And Juntao falling in his death and quoting, "You know he did." Because the best action scenes are not just action for action's sake. It's amazing action enhanced by everything that makes the film and those scenes great.
Time. All right, awesome. Let's move over to Joe. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
Bad Boys 2 has the best action sequences in any Law and Order film released in that time period. While Michael Bay has often been criticized for his incoherent action sequences in films like Transformers, I think here he's firing on all cylinders. From epic shootouts to adrenaline-filled car chases, Bad Boys 2 has it all. Bay masterfully directs these sequences using different styles to put us at the heart of the action. The slow-mo bullet follow as it tears through Marcus's ass and KKK members' necks is unique and thrilling. The sweeping shot through a gang den allows us to feel part of the action and sets up all the stakes perfectly. When he wants us anxious, he does that. Bay directs the action to fit the mood of Mike and Marcus. When they're in chaos, it is chaotic. It is frenetic. When they're in control, it's smoother. It's more it's more visually coherent. You are able, and I think that's the key thing. When the scenes are chaotic, you feel that chaos. You feel in the middle of it. But when they are in control, like in that gang shootout, it is smooth, and you know exactly where everybody is. Perfect.
All right, Rush Hour, Bad Boys 2. 5 minutes, and one of you starts.
Joe, there's a reason why last time we argued Bad Boys, we both picked Adil and Bilal films and not Michael Bay, because when I thought Bad Boys 2 was the greatest action movie ever, I went back and saw that it's actually Michael Bay at his most, throw everything at the wall and just cut after cut after cut after cut of absolute seizure-inducing chaos at its worst. It literally is explosion, gunshot, woo, Mike, Marcus, crash, shot, ooh, cut after cut after cut. And the only thing you can tell from Michael Bay is the circular shot that he does amazing with. After that, it is nothing but scene after scene and cut after cut of where are we, what are we doing, and why in the hell is that happening multiple times? You're saying you know where everybody is. There are at least 2 different things I can point out before I let you go that I am like, how in the hell did that happen? Because I don't know why it happened, because it's edited the shit and you don't remember any specific things. You just remember, oh, that's the house blowing up scene, or that's the favela scene, so on and so forth.
No, see, I disagree. That I'm going to go specifically to the gang shootout in the house, because Mike, especially Mike, he's in control. He's in control, so that therefore the action is smoother. It puts you in that more calm state. You're watching the action sequences. You have that sweeping shot. You know where all the bad guys are. You know where Mike and Marcus are. You can see he does the little trick with the mirror and putting the thing through the hole in the wall. It's in control. Whereas when Mike and Marcus are in situations where it is chaotic, that action is more frenetic. It is more chaotic, and it puts you in the middle of it. Yes, I think Jackie Chan is great at choreographing hand-to-hand fight scenes. Probably one of the best, but that's pretty much all Rush Hour is the hand-to-hand fight scenes. You don't get these epic car chases. You do not get this sort of frenetic shootout. You feel more like a spectator to the action, whereas with Bad Boys 2, you feel like you're in the middle of the action.
I'm giving you the one thing I said was the spinning scene, except for the fact that when Marcus is in the bathroom, there are literal bullet holes behind his head. And I'm questioning what editing made me think that he can miss that. And then I'm going to add the second part where I was in the biggest scene, the boat scene. That's all I know about, the boat scene. The one part I remember is when for some reason Marcus is in the car, they cut it, his head's outside the car, they do a thing over his head, and he comes back in. I'm like, why in the world did you stick your head out? Because Michael Bay's editing is so choppy and ridiculous that you don't know what's happening.
He stuck his head out to give you that awesome over-the-head shot with the car flying over. That's why.
Makes no sense.
Why
would you do that?
It does make sense. It is an action sequence, and Marcus is panicking. That's the thing about Marcus. Mike is in control. Marcus is the panicker, and that's what gives you that difference. I think the problem with yours, like I said, you've just really got the hand-to-hand combat scenes, which are well done, but there's no variety in there. There's only so many times you can see Jackie Chan using props or using the things around him in order to do that, and sliding through things and being quick. There's only so many times you can do that. I think the focus of Ratner and Chan in these action sequences is more timing and humor, and it's not intensity. And from an action sequence, I want that sweaty palm, that I want to feel like I'm in the middle of it. I don't get that with the Rush Hour
The
action
very
sequences. I
first-
think they're well choreographed. I'm not going to take that away, but I don't feel that intensity. I don't feel the palpitations when I watch those action sequences. Whereas with the ones in Bad Boys 2, I do feel those things. The action is choreographed like a kung fu comedy, but Bad Boys 2, it is a war film, and you are in the middle
very
of that.
first action scene in Rush Hour is Chris Tucker blowing up the back of a car. You want to talk about? There's a motorcycle chase of Soo
He
Young's
just
daughter
shoots
running
it and
away
it
from
blows
the
up. Where's the intensity?
and then you have the explosion in the building and a full-on foot chase between Sang, Carter, and Lee, where they're going up things, down things, up ladders, axes throwing, no hand-to-hand combat whatsoever, falling down from the bridge and saying, "Is that my gun? Shit, that is my gun." Then you have at the end the entirety of the last action sequence is Jackie Chan running up ramparts. He's not fighting Juntao at all. He's doing so many different things, and there's so many different varieties of ways that there's chases, there's shootouts, there's bullets. The entirety of the art expo is a shootout with bombs, with him balancing artifacts around his head.
Again, it's Jackie Chan doing the well choreographed things, and that's all it is. It's a shootout or it's a hand-to-hand combat. Whereas Bad Boys 2, you have the car chases, you have the shootouts, you have the fighting, but also, and it's not just the gang then that is well in control. I think the opening scene with the raid on the KKK rally, that is also well choreographed. That slow-mo shot of the bullet going through, that is something different.
He had to do a slow-mo shot because it was cut so much that you were like, what the hell is going on? Every scene is cut after cut after cut.
The tracking bullet shot, there's not a single
He
edit.
needed one to bring everybody back together because we didn't know where we were.
Exactly. He did it once and then he went on to something different. Whereas your scenes, it's just, let's do that again. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. That works. Let's do that again.
How is pool cues and that
it's
different
a different
than
prop.
actions
It's a
and
different
bombs?
Okay. Joe, 1 minute when you start.
Bad Boys 2 puts action at the forefront of what is presented on screen. Rush Hour is a buddy cop comedy first and an action movie second. Bay shoots his action sequences to feel epic, chaotic, and immersive, putting the viewer at the heart of the explosion and giving them that sweaty palms, eyes wide open viewing experience. Ratner's action is designed to showcase Chan's stunt work and to be family friendly. The editing choices of Bay are done to make it feel frantic and chaotic, but when the scene requires stability, you get it, like in the gang house shootout. Bay shows a range of different action styles that showcase spectacle and destruction. Ratner and Chan may show us different moves, but the style remains the same throughout. There are only so many times you can see Jackie Chan using something around him as part of a fight, whereas in Bad Boys 2, you have these epic car chases with the boats flying or with the bodies flying. You have these epic shootouts like at the KKK rally or in the gang den. I think there's much more variety and it's all intense and bombastic.
Okay, let's move over to Amaru. You have 1 minute when you start talking.
When you go back to watch the action in Bad Boys 2, your eyes glaze over after about 30 seconds after the millions of bullets used in the KKK shootouts and the millions of bullets used in the Pink House and the millions of bullets used in the Cuba House and the millions of bullets used in the boat chase and then the millions of crashes in that chase and the millions of crashes in the favela chase. You talk about variety. I just said the same thing 50 times when I can tell you, yes, it's a lot of kung fu, but pull cues and balls are different than artifacts and bombs, which are different than trays and axes, which is different than two full-on explosions that are practical, which are different than belts being taken off and people running off of walls, which is different than a motorcycle chain, and is different than somebody who looks like Chris Tucker running on the back of a bus, which is different than somebody taking a gun from another person. Mine has variety. Mine have action. Mine has shootouts and hand-to-hand and everything you want in action, plus the things around it that make it all better.
That was good.
Explosions.
Ants.
Ants. Ant-Man.
Oh my god. Best marketing campaign ever.
It's so good.
Why didn't they do that for every subsequent Ant-Man? Just do more.
Tim, before this argument started, did you have to mention Moving Right Along? I do believe I lost the debate on that song, so thanks for bringing that up.
I think you did actually. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Just, yeah. They're cool shenanigans.
All right, Brian, you are our fearless leader on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is one of those ones interesting because the movies have very different kinds of action. One is mainly hand-to-hand fighting and things like that. And there's a few explosions and things. And the other one's all gunfire and vehicular explosions and things like that. So to try to debate them against each other is a little bit difficult. I went with Joe on this one. I think that he convinced me that his has a little more variety to it. I think Rue in his closing kind of was able to come back from that quite a bit, but a lot of it still sound kind of, with a couple exceptions, very much the same. As Joe pointed out, I think that the Rush Hour movies are more about the humor and not the action. It can get a little bit repetitive just with different props, which does still make it fun and interesting, but it's not as impressive to me. And then when Rue was attacking about the editing, especially like the scene where he was talking about he sticks his head out, and my favorite response was Joe is because it looks cool. It doesn't have to make sense. And when I'm looking at an action scene, that's all I care about. Does it look cool? Is it fun? So Joe convinced me.
All right, Robert.
I listened to the Rewatchables podcast, and there's a category where they talk about like this is the moment in the movie when shit ramps up. And this is the debate where shit ramped up because holy majoli, I was like, let's go. This is as action-packed as the debate we're having. It's great. Yeah, this is an interesting concept. Brian alluded to it, like the types of action that they were debating. But I liked sort of how it is that they were framing the concept of what the action is supposed to do for the sake of the movie. Ruse is like, Jackie Chan's super involved, and we're doing it as a means to understand like what he brings to the character and what they bring together as characters through the action. And Joe's is like everything that bases the mood on what you want it's around the characters is felt in the action. Given how it is that they approach that and where we got to, I went with Joe Betta Blues. I went with Joe because there was something about the idea of how he debated against what Rue was framing in terms of like where we are with stuff. And I liked how we focused on that drug shootout scene and how it corresponds to what it is Mike's feeling and how it connects to what the characters are feeling. I liked that Joe corresponded what his action was to a war movie, which is the intensity. And he was able to hit back Rue more than Rue could hit back against the editing styles, which, I felt like Joe was kind of bullshitting with regards to like the Michael Bay controlledness, but he bullshit enough for me that he's able to get to the point. So I got Joe.
All right, my vote doesn't count. I also went with Joe, and I thought that once again, as both have done this whole time, but Rue did a great job here, and you guys are right. Like the types of action are very different. But at one point, I think Joe said something along the lines of like, who wants to just keep watching Jackie Chan do this? I was like, I enjoy it personally.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. Rue wasn't able to respond to that because it was in the closing. So like, I didn't, actually, I guess he would have, he did have the closing, but anyway, I still went with Joe because I agree with my co-judges. I think that the way that Joe was able to take Rue's punches of like the editing and the intensity and all that stuff was really smart. Talking about it the way that Robert explained, like the war film and all that stuff, and kind of describing the action as elevated almost. It was nothing to take away from Rue's scenes and action scenes that all sound entertaining, fun. Which it is. It's a great movie. It's a funny movie. But I think that Joe just hit it more on like why the action specifically is just so much better in Bad Boys 2. So I went with Joe. Joe wins the point. So Joe is up 2-1 as we move into the next category. That category was drafted by Mr. Fairley in the category of James Bond. Your question is, which Pierce Brosnan James Bond character should appear in a future Bond film? Joe, you get to start. You have 1 minute when you start.
Alec Trevelyan is the perfect character to bring back for the next iteration of Bond. In GoldenEye, we get just a small glimpse of Bond and Alex's friendship before he appears to die. Another 00 who clearly has a friendship with Bond, only to come back 9 years later with a vendetta against England and her government. While this works well in GoldenEye, I can't help but feel that as an audience member, a deepening of that friendship prior to Alex's betrayal would give the film higher emotional stakes, making that final fight even more epic. Imagine having 006 as a recurring character, a friend and confidant of Bond, then appearing to die in the opening sequences of a film 3 to 4 films deep into the series, only then coming back to enact his revenge. He doesn't need the same plan. It doesn't need to be a GoldenEye remake. He just needs the same motivations with a deeper connection to Bond, raising those stakes and deepening Bond's character as well as his own. I think Alec is the perfect character to bring back and make him an established character, then villain.
Okay. Let's go over to Mr. Moses. Rue, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
While we're waiting to see what Amazon does with Bond post Greg, and everyone argues who should fill in 007 shoes, I think the perfect answer to what to do next and to this debate question is to have Pierce Brosnan come back as a titular spy, but this time as old man Bond. We need a connecting palate cleanser between Bonds, and Brosnan deserves a much better send-off than he received, and being maybe the best balance of serious and camp in his good movies, allowing something fresh we've never cinematically seen with Bond, and allowing Pierce to give us that nuanced new look at what the spy would be as an older, wiser, much more I'm getting old for this shit, but still got the skills. Take is the perfect and maybe only character deserving of returning from the 4 previous Brosnan films. We keep seeing young or youngish Bond in various campy or serious aspects of his dead, not dead, retired, not retired, active, not active adventures. Give us the only thing we really haven't seen in this series and give it to the man who is now at the age perfectly to encapsulate every ranging aspect of what we love about the character in uncharted cinematic territory for these 26/7 Bond films.
All right, gentlemen, 5 minutes when one of you starts talking.
I think yours just tugs on nostalgia. I think all it really does is tug on nostalgia more than anything else. I don't think it develops anything. I think it's just like, I think it's a cheap thing to do. I think if you look at Bond in the 60s and 70s compared to Bond now and film now, I think character-driven storytelling is much bigger. And I think they failed with Blofeld to try and make him adopted brother and all this sort of stuff and try to fit in the other villains to make them part of Spectre. But I think if you can establish Alec as a friend, like Felix Leiter, but part of MI6, but leading to that eventual betrayal, I think that deepens Bond as a character, and I think it deepens the whole franchise as a whole because it's a new element to Bond that we haven't really seen before and hasn't been as explored as deeply as this.
Unless I'm hearing you wrong, the exact definition of nostalgia is pulling back to something we've seen before. And all I hear you doing is remaking the exact same movie and doing it longer. So I don't know how that is nostalgia. I don't want nostalgia. I want nothing to do with the past. I want Bond being older, having to deal with the new world, having to deal with everybody. Everybody in the past is gone. M is dead. Like Judi Dench's character is dead. Alec is gone in the past. Zagowski is gone. Felix Leiter is gone. I want old man Bond dealing with this past, having to do with the new world and how he would deal with that, not only as a new character in a new world, but at his age. I don't know what Bond is like past his prime or his slightly old prime. We've never seen that. There's no nostalgia here at all. Alec Trevelyan, you're basically pitching remaking GoldenEye.
I literally said it's not a remake of GoldenEye. I said you give the character the same motivations. The whole plan is completely different. He doesn't need satellites. He doesn't need to rub everything. It's just his motivations. You can set it in a more. You don't have to do Lienz Cossacks. You can do it in a more recent geopolitical situation. And you're saying we don't know how Bond would react to M dying. Okay, we'll ignore Skyfall then. Or we only got. We haven't seen all his close friends playing. Okay, No Time to Die. Felix Leiter does. We've seen the way he copes with that. We have seen that. But I think it's not about redoing it. It's about bringing Alec Trevelyan in as a friend and confidant for the first film, and that is, it's 006, 007, and there is no hint of that betrayal. There's maybe the slightest hint of a betrayal coming with a difference of opinion on something, but later on you can bring that betrayal in, and that puts Bond in a different situation that we haven't seen him before. We've seen him react to his friends being killed, like Felix Leiter, or his friends getting very badly injured in License to Kill, but what we haven't seen is a full reaction to that betrayal. It's all done in dialogue in GoldenEye. I don't want it told. I want it shown. I want to see them being close friends. I want to see them working together. And then seeing that they've got that same training, maybe seeing that Alec is a little bit better at Bond at certain things, which we don't get in GoldenEye. And then when he comes to that, you tease the Yanis crime syndicate maybe as a little hint, but that you don't, it's not about nostalgia. It's a little hint, but for those who are new to Bond, it's bringing in something new, and that betrayal comes in later, and that's a deepening of the character of Bond. Yours tugs on the nostalgia strings, and it doesn't offer anything. People aren't going to go to see the new direction. They're going to go to see Brosnan being back.
So I remember, if I remember GoldenEye right, they're friends and confidants, and then he gets betrayed, and then there's some kind of plan to kill Bond. All I'm hearing you saying is taking that and making it into a series of its own. So basically, it's a GoldenEye series now, which may not be technically a remake, but it's the same shit we've seen from Bond and from Trevelyan, just in a longer aspect. It's the exact same movie. I'm not looking to rehash M and all that. What I'm looking for is the years and years of trauma and action and friends lost and friends made and enemies killed. What does that do to Bond after dealing with all that as a man in his 70s and in his 60s and his 70s and his 80s? All of that, what does that do to him as a person when he deals with the world today? Both, you talked about if you're new, it's new to you. Both new and old Bond fans have never seen Bond at the age that Pierce Brosnan is, already knowing his history, not rehashing
Yes,
any of
because
that.
we've seen when older action stars come back, like in Taken 3, and like it's something that you don't like. It's edit after edit after edit after edit in action.
But we've never seen it with Bond. Just because the people screwed up Taken and Taken 3, we have. I want to see Denis Villeneuve dig into the psyche of old man Bond. Let's do that right now.
We've seen the psyche of Bond dealing with trauma. That's pretty much all of what Skyfall is about. It's about the trauma of being shot by Moneypenny. It's about the trauma of losing him. You can get it when he goes to the house and you see and you hear about Kincaid explaining about everything that Bond.
So Bond is good at the end of Skyfall. Then he's dealt with it and he's good. He's never going to deal with any of that ever again, especially because Felix Leiter. Oh wait, Felix Leiter died after that. How does he deal with that? And M and Vesper and Madeline and everybody that is.
That's what No Time to Die does it, because you bring back the stuff about Vesper, all that stuff about the trauma and the stuff he's been through. It comes to the front. That Craig's movies did that. I want to see deeping of the character how he deals with his friends.
All right, we're gonna go to Rue first. Rue, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
Based on Joe's explanation of nostalgia, everybody, when they're in 80, they're just reliving their past, not putting it all together as a one big emotional thing. It's just they're doing the same thing over and over. What I'm talking about is 20 years later, after Bond, we know the past of Bond. We know everything that's happened to him. We know Vesper. We know Madeline. We know M. We know Blofeld. But I want, how is he dealing with being older? With that history, and when he's presented with new things in this new world, in this new body, with this new mindset, how does he deal with that new world around him? That's the story. We're not bringing anybody else back. We're not talking about anybody else except in maybe little things here and there. We're talking about a new story, but the Bond with all of that inside of him already. We've never seen an old man Bond deal with that. We've seen GoldenEye, and all I hear is make GoldenEye into a trilogy or a quadrilogy and do the same things that Alec did, just better, because GoldenEye, while great, could have been better. He just wants to flesh it out. You talk about nostalgia, that's it.
All right, let's go over to Joe. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
By bringing back Pierce Brosnan as Bond, all you're doing is undermining Pierce Brosnan's era as James Bond. I think the focus would be on Brosnan, but I think it would all be, let's hope we can recapture this. Let's hope we can recapture that. I don't think they're taking any direction. I don't think people are going to want to see it in a new direction. They're going to want to see Brosnan being as he is, and he can't do that anymore. I think by introducing Alec, you add depth and complexity to Bond, and by reintroducing him as an ally for at least one film, you create a whole new dynamic. We see the 00 program more than we ever have before. We see Bond with a friend other than Felix, but unlike Felix, this one is always leading to a betrayal, one that will be more impactful because we have seen that friendship. We've seen them say, we will see them save each other's lives. We'll see them joke about it afterwards. And as a villain, he will be Bond's equal with the same training and same knowledge, but it won't be just something that we're told. It'll be something that we've actually seen. We can see Alec being better than Bond, and that creates that new dynamic again. It's less nostalgia driven than just bringing back Pierce Brosnan. The first film with Alec, they could be allies, and the second he appears to die, the third or fourth he comes back as the villain. It's the same motivations, but it is a completely new story.
Okay. Going to bring in the judges. Another spicy one, if I do say so myself.
My answer would have been Dr. Kaufman.
I could shoot you from Stuttgart and still create a proper effect.
I want to know how he came up with that. Determined that's as far as he can go.
All right. Brian looks ready. Robert's writing.
Yeah. Give me a second while I do my joke.
Good stuff. I went with Rue. I thought that when Joe did his opening, it's like good shit. I would enjoy to see what Joe was pitching. And I remember seeing Rue's answer in the chat and being like, okay, like what are we doing? I really liked Rue's pitch. He convinced me why it wouldn't be nostalgia. And I think Joe sort of started to hit on it in the sense of like, we don't want to see like old man like this, whatever. Like, because I was thinking in my head, like, I'm waiting for him to say, like, Dial of Destiny didn't work. Like, this didn't work. Like, what Taken, like, he brought up. So why would this be different? And I think that Rue did a really good job of pitching something that we have never seen before, with a version of the character that deserves another shot. And the fact that the actor is still working and is the perfect age for it. He gave us hints at what kind of the story would be, and I thought that was really interesting. And again, I like Joe's pitch. I think Rue just did a really good job of being like, I know you're saying it's not a remake of GoldenEye, but it's kind of a remake of GoldenEye. Like, I thought he did a really good job of doing that. So I went with Rue. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, this is my favorite kind of question because, it's not best and worst kind of thing. It's basically essentially a pitch question, which is my favorite kind. I wish I got more of those. Like Tim, I saw the answers in the chat for both of them. I'm kind of like, I don't know where they're going with this, especially with Bruce. I'm like, I don't know where he's going with this. I love both these pitches. I love hearing, bringing back Trevelyan, and kind of showing it basically, it has to be a prequel or a different take because obviously Bond died in the last Bond film, but going back to seeing like his relationship with Bond and, how they got along and worked together before he ended up turning on him. So I kind of like that approach to it. But then at the same time, I love the old man Bond approach, where it's not just, bringing back Pierce Brosnan for another Bond. It's kind of showing different sides of the character where, he's older, he's dealing with everything that's happened in his past, the people he's lost, things he's done. So I really love both these picks. I did end up going for Rue on this one, just because as a pitch question, it usually comes down to which one sounds more interesting to me, and his sounds far more interesting to me. And I would also recommend, if you haven't seen it, November Man. It basically feels like Pierce Brosnan playing James Bond after retirement. So kind of is that thing.
That is actually a very underrated film. I remember seeing that one. Robert, your vote doesn't count. Where would you have gone and why?
This is exactly where I like to be, Tim, where my vote doesn't matter. Yeah, when I forgot what the choices were. I forgot what all these choices were. So I'm very happy that I didn't go back and look because it's fresh for me. Joe pitched a thing that sounded like awesome. He did it, and it sounded like it had legs and franchise potential and all these things. And then Rue came out, and I was like, yeah, but that's, stuff happened. We've done that stuff before. And then as we got into the debate, I got a little muddled with what Joe was sort of talking about. And Rue kept hitting home a point, as you guys have already mentioned, where it kind of seems like we're doing the same thing. And yeah, Joe was trying to string it out that we weren't doing the same thing, which, yeah, we don't ever get to see like Bond young. Like, we always hear about like his service record in the Navy. We never get to hear like where we got to this point. It's always just turned, it's never shown. So that's a cool concept. But I didn't think it got fleshed out enough to the point where I was like, yeah, it's definitely that. And old man Bond is something we haven't seen. So I went with Moses along. If you like moseying along, I went with Rue as well. I just thought, like, we got a little bit in the weeds with some things with Joe. And I thought Rue's was pretty straightforward enough. And yeah, Brian mentioned it. What is more interesting? And as this was sort of turned out, Ruse ended up being more interesting to me at the end. So I give him the point for Ruse.
All right.
Note to self: stop using Alec Trevelyan in Bond arguments with Rue.
That's fair. All right, we're tied up 2-2, so we're for sure going to a speed round today. And we're moving on to the final question of the prep round. This was drafted by Amaru in the category of comedies, I believe. It could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure it's comedies.
Yeah, comedies.
Your question is, which 1990s black-led comedy should get remade today? We're going to start with Amaru. You have 1 minute when you start talking.
The best movies to remake are either ones which were not good in the first place, or like what we kind of saw this year with Naked Gun, comedies that don't hinge on a story that needs to be lived up to. Spoof movies are perfect for it. So that's why I chose Don't Be a Menace to South Central While Drinking Your Juice in the Hood. We have had so many new hood classics that are primed for getting jokes off. And that's why I want to see Don't Be a Sinner in Wakanda While Shining Your Light on the Moon. Lope Dogg and Ashtray, discovering they have long-lost twin cousins in Wakanda, do an exchange program with those twins. So while Loke and Ash are getting into so many Wakandan shenanigans, Ecoms and Cats, with a silent K, which is smoking stack backwards, who are visiting South Central, discover they want to build a movie studio to rival Tyler Perry. I don't need to explain anymore, because the Wayans can write and direct again. They can play older characters, while up-and-coming actors like Joshua Neal can play through scenes making fun of everything from Tyler Perry to Sinners to Moonlight to Jordan Peele films to Kevin Hart Productions to so many other new hood classics and new genres. Don't Be a Menace is right for a well-made, hilarious new comedy remake.
Time. Okay. Let's go over to Joe. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
I actually agree with Rue. Everyone knows that the films that should be remade aren't the ones that everybody loves, but the ones that had good ideas that weren't necessarily well executed. The ones that have theme, but different to Rue, I think it's the ones that have themes and a story befitting the modern era. For me, that's 1992's Boomerang. It's a comedy about charming, womanizing ad executive who claims that he loses interest in women once he's slept with them. When he tries those same moves on his new boss, he catches feelings only to discover that she is the same as him and wants nothing to do with him once they have slept together, except the occasional booty call. He gets a taste of his own medicine, and while chasing what he thinks he wants, he's almost blind to the affections of Halle Berry's Angela. Angela is one of the key reasons, actually, this film needs a remake, because Marcus and Angela's relationship kind of feels rushed, and it really is the true heart of the film. A remake of Boomerang would update the jokes, flesh out the characters, and most importantly, it would make a good comedy a great comedy.
Okay. All right. We are going to kick this off. 5 minutes, and one of you starts.
You are overwhelmingly uninformed. At the heart of everything that I'm going to tell you is why Boomerang is the absolute last comedy of the 90s you remake. It's the fact that nothing you ever do today will match the cultural impact of what that movie was in 1992, when it was the first all-black cast to come out and not deal with black stereotypes, so much so that white critics reviewed it badly, saying, oh, that's not realistic because, as Eddie Murphy joked on Jay Leno's show, well, where's the white man managing this company? There is nothing that you can do today that doesn't make any remake of Boomerang live in that shadow, because nothing today will culturally have the impact of black excellence on that screen for the cast, about 14 deep, of black icons, one after the other, that maybe one you could recast that I have an idea about, but nobody else is going to live up to that. And the story you just put together is exactly what was needed in 1992.
But I think that story is still needed today. I think the problem with yours is you're parodying completely different movies. You're not pitching a remake of Don't Be a Menace. You're pitching a completely new film. It's not a remake. It's a completely new film. It's a completely new parody that's parodying completely different films, completely different genres. You know, you're talking about parodying Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele's films aren't these films that were this cultural standpoint of 90s black cinema. I don't it's a completely different film that you're pitching. I don't think half the jokes in your film wouldn't work anymore. I think the humor in Boomerang, it comes from that power dynamic shift, the powerful woman manipulating the hopeful womanizing man. Twice in this case, in Boomerang, with Jacqueline and with Lady Eloise, which is with that scene is absolutely hilarious. And I think it's due an update, because we're still talking about the gender dynamics, the office culture, the Me Too movement, sexual harassment, these things that are all culturally relevant today still. Whereas what you're pitching is a film that is a parody of completely different. You're pitching a sequel rather than a remake.
A sequel rather than a remake would have Loke Dog and Ash being older people. What you need for a spoof of Don't Be a Menace is two black guys in South Central parroting hood classics, getting into shenanigans. Just because I'm growing out the plot to have two different things at the same time doesn't mean it's not a remake. It's parroting hood classics with two dudes in South Central getting into shit and parroting what is based on what hood classics were based off of. Spoof movies don't need to be exactly the same to be remixed. They just need to have the same.
But Disaster Movie is a remake of Airplane?
It's not Airplane. It's not the same characters. It's not the same. This is literally the exact same characters.
You're taking the characters and you're putting them in a completely different story. It's not a remake. The remake of RoboCop, it is, the remake of RoboCop is essentially the same story. It's the cop that is injured in an explosion and going after the villains and taking down the corrupt government. That's exactly what you're pitching is a completely different story. Right, the story for Boomerang can focus on that Me Too movement, but it will keep essentially the same plot. The womanizer who's brought up against somebody who's just like him and almost misses out on the true love that he's going to get.
The big issue I have with Boomerang, first off, again, Don't Be a Menace needs two black dudes and that are cousins dealing with stuff in South Central, and that's what I have in there. So mine is a remake. The big issue with yours is you want to bring up like the Me Too movement and people being able to deal with the womanizer. Who are you going to have in these roles and writing these films that's going to live up to how culturally impactful that movie was then? Everything you do, just like The White Man Can't Jump remake with slightly different plot points and different characters, not Sydney, and the House Party remake with definitely not Kid and Play in their characters, but slightly different with LeBron James now instead of Michael Jordan. The problem with that was nobody can live up to what was being made then with the cast. Nobody's Eddie Murphy. Nobody is David Allen or Tommy Davis or Chris Rock or Eartha Kitt or Grace Jones. Everybody you put in there with maybe a really good story is not going to live. They're just going to be compared to, this is not culturally significant like Boomerang was, and these people aren't the same. You should just make a new movie. Make a new movie about womanizers. Period.
Eddie Murphy is great in Boomerang, but he is much more subdued in that than you see him as more bombastic.
That's why he's great in it. That's why he's great in it.
You can bring in someone like Michael B. Jordan, you can bring who has got that charm, who has got that comedic timing. And if you want culturally sensitive, you want someone who can bring in that, who understands the cultural zeitgeist, you bring in someone like Donald Glover, someone who understands that, and see what the work he's done with Atlanta and how that hits on these cultural points, on the modern day talking points, and making it culturally relevant. Again, I'll come back to the point. I don't think the jokes in Don't Be a Menace work as well anymore. The Korean corner store gag, the message.
Why are we doing the same jokes?
The prison style.
Why would we do the same jokes? So you're telling me you got to do the spoof comedies that need to be remade?
You're spoofing different films. You're not remaking it. You're not remaking them because you're changing the story. You're changing the motivations. You're even changing the films they are spoofing. I don't think what you're doing is a remake. I think what you're doing is a sequel because you're putting the same characters in but a different story.
Okay, we are going to start with Joe on this one. Joe, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
Boomerang is a film built on themes that have only grown more relevant with time. Workplace power dynamics, gender role reversals, corporate representation, the modern rules of dating. The film's central arc, Marcus being forced to confront his own flaws when being treated exactly the same way that he treats women, remains one of the funniest and most insightful examinations of ego and vulnerability in cinema. Don't Be a Menace, while being hilarious and iconic, is also explicitly, structurally, and unapologetically a parody of a very specific moment in 90s cinema. Scenes like the missile-filled mail truck or Ashtray's father being younger than him, they worked because they spoofed Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, Juice, and the entire era of hood dramas. That genre no longer sets today's cultural tone. A remake wouldn't be a revival, it would be a mismatch. That's why he's having to spoof other films, because it's not a remake. Its comedy is locked to its references. One film was a snapshot of a moment, the other was a blueprint for the future. If we want to make a remake that expands, we need to remake Boomerang.
Okay, we need, as going off what Joe was saying, we need to move over to Rue. Rue, you have 1 minute when you start talking.
Spoof remakes would be really stupid to do the exact same thing at the exact same time with the exact same movies from back then. The remake of a spoof is about doing the same thing Don't Be a Menace did, taking all our hood classics that we haven't had jokes about and having the same team with about the same kind of qualifications of a story, two dudes in South Central dealing with the things that are going on in today's hood classics. That's why the remake would work so well. Womanizing and Me Too movement, what you just pitched to me sounds like Fair Play, the movie with Alden Ehrenreich that was released 3 years ago on Netflix. It wouldn't be Boomerang. Everything you're pitching needs to be a new movie, because if you put the name of Boomerang on it, you're going to have to live in its shadow. You live in something that is inextricably connected to that movie. The cultural impact of what that was on screen, the Black excellence that is on screen. We don't have that Black excellence today. So anybody you cast, MBJ is not Eddie Murphy. Donald Glover is nowhere near the comedic timing. Nobody can match anything that movie was at that time.
All right. Everyone's been a little over the timer tonight, but I'm going to let it slide. I like it. I like to see the moxie.
As long as they're not hitting below the belt.
Yeah. They go 2 seconds over. Rue is just like, and at that time, Joe's an asshole.
I'll allow it.
Having cool bless.
Joe. Oh man. All right.
I'm still thinking.
You're good. You're good.
This was the one where I thought he was gonna say what is the best, and I was gonna have to make you say that Blue Streak was a bad film, and it didn't pan out.
I would have just said no. It's a great film. You don't remake great films.
No, like if the question wasn't remake, that's what.
Yeah. Which one's
it was like, what is the best of them? And I was like,
no, don't do that.
Make him say it's a bad film, please.
That was definitely my worry, but I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. We'll see what happens.
All right, Robert, you may begin.
Okay. Think things are getting, and that's fun.
Getting what? We can't hear you.
Sorry.
There we go. Tested. Cool.
It's getting a little testy. That's fine. We're into the fifth debate. It's supposed to be like that. We're getting into crunch time.
It's 2:30 in the morning.
No, well, everybody's got problems. Yeah. Anyway, how I'm looking at this is, I kind of feel like somebody was just on point, like super on point, and they brought in a lot of information I was unaware of because, and I've alluded to this before, I'm a stupid white guy. I don't know things. So I went with Amaruskis because I just think he had so much information. He just sort of snowballed Joe. It's like having a title for a pitch, getting to a point where he's understanding that like Boomerang doesn't have the same sort of impact. It won't, based on where we are at the time. Bringing in stuff from outside, stuff Eddie Murphy had to deal with. When he talked about like Eddie Murphy's understate, like he was great in it, and you can't, like Joe tried to use that as an argument, and then Rue came back with it. I was like, he's right. I mean, just because he's not the same bombastic Eddie Murphy, it doesn't mean it's not hard to follow, because he's a good actor in and of himself. So all those things, Joe did a good job explaining how he could bring what he wanted to into this era, but I think Rue just was an avalanche in this one and just overtook him. So
yeah, I also went with Rue. I thought it was funny in the openings. Rue did his opening and had a pitch ready. He was ready to go, and he ran for it. And I thought from back, I could be wrong. Don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I saw the light leave Joe's eyes. Like he was like, "Oh shit!" Like Rue is coming out hot, and I thought Joe did a great job. Like again, this was surprisingly, I've seen both of the movies in question, and once a piece. So it's not like I'm very well versed, but I knew enough about what we were talking about. And I thought I was interested in both ideas of a remake, And I liked Joe's attack of kind of like, it doesn't sound like you're remaking. It sounds like you're just doing something completely different. But I thought Rue's comparison to admittedly one of my favorite movies of the year, The Naked Gun, was a really good comparison, being like, why would we do the same thing? We're taking the concepts, taking the characters, putting them in different situations, but it's updating it for modern remake times. I thought was a really good pitch. And I thought he just did a good job too of kind of talking about why Boomerang, the impact was perfect then and doesn't need to be messed with. So Brian, I saw the light leave your eyes because you must think Robert and I are dumb. Your thoughts?
I could not have disagreed with you guys more. I voted for Joe. I love Boomerang. I think it is a great film. I remember when it came out, hearing about all the things Drew was talking about, about being so impactful and culturally important and all these kind of things. And then I remember even seeing the interviews, where Eddie Murphy's talking about the kind of the backlash they got from critics and that. And so I understand why it could be something you wouldn't want to try to redo again. Like they tried to do a sequel series, which I watched like 2 episodes and ditched out of that because I didn't like that at all. But the movie, I think Joe did a good job of pitching to me why it is a good time to remake it now, regardless of like questions of who you might cast and things like that. Because all these things are relevant again with gender dynamics, especially in the workplace and the Me Too and all these kind of things, and why it would bring something new to it. And as far as Ruse, I think Joe made a good case that he isn't really pitching a remake so much as a sequel. It's like, yes, you have the same characters, they're gonna be spoofing different movies, but to me that just sounds like Scary Movie 2, 3, 4, and 5 was Scary Movie 1. It's the same concept, but you're just spoofing different movies of the genre. So yeah, Joe I thought was a clear winner. So that's why we have 3 judges.
That's fair. All right. Rue's up 3-2, which means here's the sitch. We're going to the bonus round. There are going to be 2 bonus round questions. There are 2 bonus round questions prepared. Rue needs to hit 1 to retain the belt and win the match. Joe needs to hit both in order to win. So what I did was I randomized which side of Fanzone was going to go first or second in this, either fandom or general movies. I then randomized the categories from the remaining categories that weren't used in the main round. And then I got the questions. We're going to do them. It's going to be fun. I feel like Nick tonight, not doing well with the rules in rounds 3 and 4 of title matches. But I'm going to say the question. Gentlemen, you will then get to answer the question aloud. Once you have answered the question, whoever goes first is going to whoever says the answer first is going to go first. You're each going to get 45 seconds, followed by 30 seconds. Any questions on how this is going to go? I poorly described that.
Are you saying the question twice before we answer?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Rue. Yes, I will. I will repeat it twice. Okay. The first side of Fanzone that we are going to dive into is fandom.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, oh God, they're both good at this. Anyway, the category was YA.
The old YA, not the new YA.
Yeah, I was going to say 2025's YA.
Correct. 2025 is YA. No Potter. Brian alluded to it earlier. We've talked a lot about best tonight. We're going to talk about a little worst. So we're going to do who is the worst YA character. Again, who is the worst YA character?
I got to go Jacob from Twilight.
I respect it.
Caleb Pryor from the Divergent series.
Okay, I love this. All right, so I'm going to take Brian and Robert, put them backstage. I'm going to stay on screen for this. Gentlemen, you each get 45 seconds. We're going to start with Rue because he spoke first. Rue, you get 45 seconds to tell us who is the worst YA character when you start talking.
There's something about Jacob from Twilight that makes me think that he is never his own character. He's always on the coattails of somebody, whether it's Bella, whether it's Father, whether it's the Pack, whether it's Renesmee, whether it's whatever he does, it's based off of somebody else and him wanting to be with or be attached to or be like someone else. He never does anything on his own. He's never interesting in any way for his own reasons and his own misgivings or flaws or strengths. Everything is about kissing Bella to try to get Bella, or connecting to Renesmee, or trying to fight Edward, or becoming a member of the Pack, or being mad because if there's nothing there that you can think of that Jacob ever, good, bad, or evil, comes from himself. Caleb, while a snarky person, has his own mind and his own thoughts, and he's very interesting the way he goes back and forth.
Time. Joe, 45 seconds on the clock for you.
Caleb is given very unclear motivations throughout the series. He has abrupt personality shifts and a rushed betrayal that feels more like a plot convenience than a real character arc. Morally, his actions cause direct harm to the character, whereas Jacob, on the other hand, does change and does seem to sort of push towards Bella having a more positive life. I think this makes him slightly annoying at times, but Caleb is worse because in terms of personality, I don't really think he has any clear personality. I think his character arcs are rushed. I think a lot of the times they're done for plot convenience. I think a lot of the times you look at Caleb's arc in the films, he's very shy and awkward and there for exposition at the beginning, and then he goes into the next film and he's cold and calculating, and then he goes to the third film and he's back to being weak and pathetic, and there's never any clear motivations. Poorly written.
Time. Okay, Rue, 30 seconds.
Caleb clearly wants to have power and survive, and he's the perfect antagonist you're reluctant to move along with. He's the first person to choose his own way and pick a new tribe or whatever in Divergent. Then he chose to be with Janine, and then when he got caught, he needed to survive, so he went back to his sisters like, please help me, please save me. Every motivation that he had was in order to get power or survive by choosing the wrong power, and while that's a bad person, it's a great character. I don't know what Jacob is as a person on his own in any way, shape, or form.
Time. Joe, 30 seconds.
I think it's because Jacob doesn't understand who he is at the beginning. I think he has that romantic feelings for Bella, but of course, when he bonds with Renesmee towards the end, that's when he discovers who he truly is. I think Caleb never discovers who he truly is. I think he's poorly written. I think he's there as a plot convenience. I think he's there to push Triss along, but not in terms of what he does, just because of the actions that the writers give to him. I think Jacob redeems himself, whereas Caleb never truly redeems himself. I think he's poorly written as a character, and I also think he's the worst character in terms of the things he does in the films, whereas Jacob does get that redemption and is better written.
Time. Gentlemen, my goodness. Okay.
Not sure if I hate judging speedruns worse or participating in them.
That's fair. But if you at home enjoy speed rounds, check out The Last Word coming soon. on TBNT. We had something very similar to this.
I don't know why I picked Logan. Like,
I remember
I
that.
had the right film, and I just panicked.
I want it on record that in that I beat Rue, who won the event. So I feel like
I wanted it on record. I lost to Rue deservedly.
Yeah, I was so glad you picked him and not
I
Patrick.
realized what I'd done. As soon as I finished speaking, I realized what I'd done.
All right. Brian, you look sad but ready. Robert, you good?
Mm-hmm.
And Brian, I believe you're kicking this off.
Yeah, not sad, just conflicted. I'm still not sure I'm happy with my choice. Yeah, speedruns kind of suck. Especially when they have so little time to explain, to cover things, and yet this is probably the category where I would have needed the most explanation and context, because I've seen, I think, a Twilight film at some point, and I saw Divergence, but I barely remember them. So it's a little tough. I did end up going with Rue. I think while both of them made good cases for why I'm not watching these movies. I think that Rue at least made sound like Caleb was, interesting and at least had his motivations. And as he said, he's a bad person, but it's a good character. So I think that just tilted me in his direction.
Robert, your thoughts?
I do know about these movies, Brian, and I wish I didn't, but
this is why I don't.
I'm sorry.
Bill Carriola thinks Ansel Elgort and Miles Teller have the most punchable faces, so Divergent movies for him are the worst. So when Rue started, he posed a question that made me think, and I was like, yeah, I don't really know what Jacob does outside of being with Bella or being with Renesmee or being with... I don't really know. But he's a werewolf, so, like, they're pack animals. So do they really have agency outside of themselves? I don't know. But he posed that question, and it really made me think. Then Joe came in, and he did put Caleb in a... I hate Caleb. Caleb's, like, the worst. I wish I could, like, shoot him in both kneecaps and just watch him bleed out. But he's the worst. And he posed it in a way that made it seem like he's the worst. And that makes sense. But he didn't address the one clarifying question that Rue had, which was, like, Jacob's not anything on his own. And Joe didn't address that. And Rue brought that back up again, and he outlined Caleb and what he's as a character. Then Joe said something that brought it all home for me. I went with a Fairley Brothers production. I went with Joe when he said, well, Jacob doesn't really know who he is. And he really doesn't for a majority of those movies up until the point when he sort of is brought along into the Cullen landscape and is really kind of part of their family. And when he said that, along with the idea of that Caleb's going in and out, we don't really understand what's going on with him, that really drove it home for me. It was very, I was with Rue up until the fact Joe said that, and then it brought it home for me for Joe. So I went with Joe.
I hate this. Yeah, both of them suck. One of them is more entertaining suckage. I'll give it that. Like, Taylor Lautner's bad, but and the character sucks, but he's more entertaining to watch. But that's not the question.
And he used to be the fat kid in Ted.
That's true. Don't you dare, Joe. No, this was good. I went with Joe. I agree with Robert. I thought Joe did a good job of kind of saying, like, what Robert said. He doesn't know who he is. I thought that played really strong to Rue's main argument. And I thought the idea of what he said about Caleb, of him being just a plot device and constantly changing, making it frustrating to watch, it worked for me. I thought Rue did a good job, and like Robert said at the beginning, of kind of painting why Jacob is just kind of like a confusing, like, what are you doing, my guy? Like, why is this dude here? Type of character. But I think Joe really sealed it in that last 30 seconds. It was this is a tough one, but it was good. And we're tied 3-3. We're going to one more category. It's in general movies. The category, which before Joe got on, we were talking a bit tonight. Sports.
Okay.
Sports is the category. And the question is, what is... Oh, we're going back to best, by the way. Sorry, guys. What is the best feel-good sports movie? Again...
Remember the Titans. Oh, I'm sorry.
What is the best feel-good sports movie? No, you're good. That's...
Remember the Titans. I'm going there, period. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
A League of Their Own.
Okay.
Rockford Peaches.
Remember the Titans versus A League of Their Own. Amaru, you spoke first. You get to go first. You have 45 seconds on the clock. What is the best feel-good sports movie?
You feel good about overcoming racism, enemies becoming friends, Boone loosening up to Yost, to Sunshine learning the post, Rev scoring that final touchdown, Lastic passing the GOD, Yost making his daughter so proud of him, everybody coming together after Bertier's death, Bertier after getting in an accident, being able to do so many for so many people. There's so much to feel so good about it. Remember the Titans, that I don't have to explain the movie to you. You just pick anything that happens in that film and everything feels great and everybody comes together. A League of Their Own, what always makes me so sad is the shattered relationship between the main two characters, the sisters. That's the one that sticks out to me, that makes me feel like, man, they couldn't ever fully get it together at the end. And while you feel good about like the women and what they did, the core of the relationship never was full, while everything is so heartwarming for Remember the Titans.
Joe, 45 seconds.
I think A League of Their Own delivers a more richer story with deeper character arcs and a wider emotional range. Instead of relying on that familiar inspirational formula, it highlights an underrepresented moment in women's sports. I think it tells a perfect blend of humor and heart. I think the personal conflicts, especially between Dottie and Kit, I think they feel more nuanced and relatable than the broader sort of team unity. And you say we're talking about feel good. I don't think you can really get over Bertier's death. I think that's something that really hits hard, and I think that's also less feel good. I think that's one of the biggest issues of the film. I think A League of Their Own is funnier. I think it's more layered. I think ultimately, I think although it is a bittersweet ending, I think it sticks with you longer after the final scene, because it isn't just a great sports movie. I think it's just a great movie. Seeing that Hall of Fame at the end, that is the feel-good moment, and I think it really does hit hard when you come to the end of it. You see how successful they've been, and I think that really does give that feel-good punch at the end.
Rue, 30 seconds.
If you took all the racism outside of Remember the Titans and just worked on how all these enemies became friends and came together and did all that, you still have an absolutely nuanced, amazing, perfectly acted, perfectly cast, and overall feel-good movie. Not only is it the best, but it's also the best feel-good, while there's the League of Their Own. And don't forget, na 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 na. The hope you feel when they're singing that after he leaves shows there's hope after tragedy. After the tragedy of A League of Their Own, of them two breaking, it's just so not feeling good. And a lot of those characters are very one note.
Time. Joe, 30 seconds.
I think a lot of catchers Remember the Titans are one note. I think there's only a very few standouts in there. I still think it's very formulaic. I think you can you take out the racism and you still get that. I think you take out the sexism out of A League of Their Own, I think you still get that feel-good sports movie. Yes, there are personal conflicts, but seeing how they go off on their own, being in a league of their own and have those successes, I think that still makes you feel good. I think seeing those trials and tribulations and still having the success that comes at the end of that, I think that is what makes it feel good. I think it's a more unique historical setting. I think the emotional depth makes it more original. I think Remember the Titans just doesn't quite have that same balance.
Time. Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I could have taken 8 more minutes on that.
Yeah.
I feel like Mark Menchaca. On all the non-sweeps, I've been the odd man out.
Yeah. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Honestly, when it happens to me, I feel like the worst. I'm like, why don't I see?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Makes me feel like an asshole.
At least when you're the odd man out, Brian, you're like, you two are fucking wrong. I thought it was this all the way.
Oh, I have no problem giving my opinions. You know that.
Yeah. Okay. You two look ready. This was good. Whole match was great. We've had a lot of great title matches, and I don't say that every time. So you can check the tape. This was truly one of the best. I thought this was really, really good. And when it heated up, like Robert said, it really did heat up. And it we turned it up to 11, and I loved it. So thank you guys. Yeah. Remember the Titans? Pretty obvious pick. Think A League of Their Own, also really great pick. Really great movie. Not one that immediately came to mind for me, but totally valid and works. And I think Joe did a really good job painting that picture. They both did. I think this came down to the attacks on the other one, because I thought that Joe painted the picture of League of Their Own great, and Rue spoke about Remember the Titans, all the stuff, the teams. Like he listed out all the stuff that happens that makes you feel really good. So for me, it kind of came down to the knocks against, and I went with Rue. I couldn't get over Rue's talking about the split of the sisters. Now, I think that works to the movie's favor, and Joe, is that a true story, that movie? I think A League of Their Own.
The specific sisters is made up, but the story of the Rockford Peaches is
okay. That's fair. But I was gonna say, well, it's a pretty good story, but I'm like, if it was true, but anyway, I think that it works in the story's favor, and it still kind of makes you feel good. But the way that Rue was able to kind of capture in the limited amount of time the feel good nature of Remember the Titans really hit. And that was the one attack. I felt like every other attack was reciprocated really well. Like Rue's attack against not even attack, but like if you take out the racism, movie still works and is feel good. Joe, you take out the sexism, the movie still works and is good. But I think that attack on the sisters doesn't make you feel good the way that Rue said that stuck. I didn't really feel like there was a knock against it of equal value. It was tough. I thought this was really close. This is like a 49-51. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, in most speed rounds, they spend more time pitching their own than attacking the others, which makes sense. Because I didn't think the attacks did a whole lot for me, so it came down to who pushed theirs the best. I'm going to get kicked out of Rockford for this. I did vote for Rue. For me, I think his opening was just so strong. He like went through every character and why they feel good and every character relationship and talked about how much there's so much to feel good. And you can just pick anything out of this movie and it makes you feel good. But then, the culmination of all of it together is just, it's the best feel good movie. And Joe obviously did a great job pitching his, but like I said, Rue was just so strong in his opening and then reinforced it in the second half.
All right, Robert, your vote doesn't count. Where would you have gone away?
Yes, third time. Ooh, I did it. Got me. So I think this debate could have really benefited from a general debate portion, because I think Rue came out with so much information, basically gave us the whole movie in like the first 45 seconds. Was crazy that he was able to like highlight every good thing about Remember the Titans in that. And then Joe put the inverse of that in the closing for him in even less time, which is just as impressive, even more impressive. He's able to do that with regards to, what A League of Their Own stands for and how it goes against the feel goodness of that, against the feel goodness of Remember the Titans. The debate, it's hard in the time, did sort of degenerate into like, what's a better movie at some points, as opposed to feel good movie. Joe did bring up the idea that Bertier's death is very hard. It's there's a death that lingers over the end part of that. But then Rue did come up with like hope after death, which you get that along with the idea of overcoming racism and all those things. I did also like Joe, like the end point was very feel good, but I didn't feel like there was enough explanation of how feel good it was for League of Their Own. So I went with Mr. Amaruski. That ELO song that Baby Groot dances to. So I also went with Rue.
All right, well, that means your winner and still Fanzone debate champion is Amaru Moses. We are going to go to post match, but before we do that, I want to get some final thoughts from Robert. Robert, what did you think about this match coming directly out of it? I like I said, I thought this was an all timer. I thought this was really good. Both came to play. What did you think?
Yeah, I thought it was incredible. Like sweeps on both sides. I imagine when we talk to Joe, he's going to feel the worst about the idea that he got swept out of Bond. Like that's probably going to be the thing that sticks in his craw the most of all this. Yeah. But like the way we were all voting, Joe had a lead in votes after the first three, and then it kind of snowed. And then Rue got the fourth one, and then so like Rue eventually overtook him with votes, but like so close. I'm so impressed with how Joe debates now. Like you can see an upward trajectory, and he's just been climbing all that way. But I think this is a story about Rue getting to the point he always wanted to get to the end of the year. We get to like New Year and resolutions and all that. And I think Rue did what he set out to do at the beginning of 2025. He's here. He's arrived. We're all in trouble. We're all in trouble because Rue's here to stay. Probably.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I agree. Let's go talk to the players, see how they're feeling. We'll start by talking to Joe. Joe, first things first, incredible match. Really good performance. And it feels like it's not your first time here in a title match, even though it is, because you've been clawing at it for so long, and obviously like you're an all-timer in Fandom Fights, and we're going to see you later today in more fandom matches, so you're always itching at those belts and going for those belts, and so I think it just made sense that you were here and you put on such a good show. But that being all said, it is still your first time in a Fanzone debate title match, so you've had plenty of experience in other matches, but this technically was your first experience in a Fanzone title match. I think it went pretty well for a first time in a title match. It's taken, I think, pretty much every champion in this league multiple tries to get the belt eventually. I could be wrong about that, but what are your thoughts immediately coming out of it?
Yeah, I thought it was great. Rue again came up with some points I hadn't quite planned for, especially in that Bond one. Thought he was going to go the mentor sort of way with it, which I had prepped a lot of takedowns for. Stupid theory that Bond is a code name. Fuck off with that shit. But he didn't. So he gets a bit of admiration from me for not pushing that stupid theory. Yeah. Unfortunately, you look at feel-good sports movies, and there's only two really that I've seen multiple times, enough to do a quick, concise argument. One of those is Remember the Titans, and the other one is Rocky, which I couldn't use because it's fandom. So it is what it is. I've seen The League of Their Own. I know it's feel good. I did what I could with it. Sports would have been something I'd like to have prepped. Dems the breaks in a speed round. It's the luck of the draw. That being said, Rue still crushed the argument, which he did, and I kind of knew where it was going because again, he was able to reference specific points, specific plot points, specific moments that make you feel good. So I can't fault it. I got a nickname from Robert twice. That makes me happy.
That's fair.
Very happy. Well, 3 times. Sorry, I was thinking of the original. Sorry, the in the main bulk of it. And yeah, it was good. Rue obviously wins the Bond point, but then I get the Law and Order point, which was his choice. And then, Rue's very, very good at this. And he does what any good player in this should do, is pick good strengths that they know very, very well. I tried that with Bond, but Rue's such a good debater that crushed it. Yeah. An out-of-the-box choice and having the right argument for it. Can't fault it. I'm happy with the way it went. Last question of the speed round. I pushed it. Let's see if I can push it a bit further next time.
Yeah.
There's still 2 more belts to fight for tonight.
That's what I was going to say, Joe. I can't wait to see you come back next season in Fanzone, but we got to see a lot more of you yet tonight. You are challenging for the Fandom Teams belt because you are the current teams champion. So that's very exciting, but you're also challenging for the singles belt, of which one Kaiser Huang holds. So that will be a very interesting match as well. So we look forward to seeing you. I will be watching the rest of this event with great interest, Joe.
It certainly makes me have to consider some things for next season if I want to win everything in a calendar year, which I failed to do this year. I was so close.
It was close. Yeah, and I think you and Rue are the 2 closest to have done it. Like you guys have both been scratching at it.
We were the last 2 standing. We both fought for the singles belt, teams belt, now this belt. But hats off to Rue. He deserves it. He earned it. And hey, I can lose to Rue. That's fine. Good on you. He's a former teammate. I love seeing Rue win things.
That's fair. That's fair. Joe, congrats on a match. Really well played. We are going to see you in like 10 minutes. Okay, see ya. Joe, congrats. As we bring in our winner and still Fanzone debate champion, Amaru Moses. Amaru, you won the belt. You defended the belt. That's got to feel pretty freaking good. It feels good to win one, but then to defend it, like put your flag in the ground, like that's pretty epic. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I really wanted to defend this one really, really bad. I have not. I've already exclaimed about how over all of my trivia, I get so close to titles and I don't get them. And then when I get them, I don't defend them. So I'm very, very happy about this. Joe absolutely killed it. It low-key went like worst case scenario, what I thought might happen. The rounds I thought I had the weakest arguments, or like he had the best debates against me for, he won. I also was very scared at the end of the Sanaa Lathan question. I was actually very surprised I got a sweep. I was at the end of that like, shit, he did a really good job and I might lose this one. Luckily, I did not. And yeah, I'm so happy to have played Joe and that he did so damn well. I'm happier that I won, of course, but he's such a good debater, just such a good competitor, period. My Demolition Man teammate, appreciate you. Love you, boy. I am also very happy that I continue to provide this channel with the blackest ass shit this will ever see anytime I'm on screen. That was my goal, was to make this black as hell, and I did, and I'm gonna continue to do it every time I'm in this title match, as long as I hold the belt, and I'm very happy about it.
Rue, I don't know what's next for you because, well, I haven't written the schedule for next year yet, but you're gonna play someone, I would assume, because you would. I'm assuming you're holding on to this belt. You're not going to drop it.
Yes, I'm not dropping this.
Great, perfect. Okay, so we'll see you next year. And at the beginning of the year, we're going to have the last word 2026. It's going to happen again. You're going to have a challenger come out of that. So that's going to be super exciting. You won that event famously, our first time doing that event this year. So that was really exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. I think it's an interesting spot that you're put in now because there's lots of people that are available and up for the running that, like, when I would say to Kirk, like, who do you want to play? It's like, he's played everybody. You haven't played everybody, but also I think you would, correct me if I'm wrong, there might be some rematches that you would be interested in having too. So I know you like to play new people, but I feel like maybe you could slap some other people around a bit too. I don't know. So there's lots of options for you. Someone new, someone old. And I don't mean like Kirk. I just mean
I'm coming for him.
Yeah.
I said last time, I want this man. That is the one guy I have not played yet. That
Just hold on that belt till I get there.
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. I would be very surprised if I don't see Kirk before that, just because he has whatever he wants in his back pocket. And we've only done it once, and he was so very, very outside of new people. Anybody new, I would love to see. But it was close. But Joe beat him, and I would love to see my wrong side of the river teammate. That would be epic because he is a scary, scary individual when it comes to debate. And to actually see us yell at each other again would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be fun. All right,
but that's who I want. Him right there.
I love it. Rue, congrats on defending your belt. Thank you for being part of this event. We will see you in 2026. I look forward to it, Amaru. Thanks for being here. And Brian, let's get some final thoughts from you. First off, though, I do want to ask, are you playing in the Last Word event? Are you going to play? Brian?
I don't know. I haven't been asked.
You didn't. I asked you last year. You said you hate speed rounds.
It might be a good warm up, though. So maybe I will.
That's fair. But anyway, this match, what'd you think?
Yes. No, this was everything kind of we hoped it would be. Like I said, I didn't even need to be here because you and Robert agreed on everything. So my third vote didn't mean anything. But I was, and I'm glad I was because I get to see it firsthand. And both these guys are great. I know they both, take winning seriously. So if they both beat themselves up when they lose, But it was a ton of fun. I enjoyed watching it. Looking forward to more.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Robert, for sticking around. And thank you, Rue and Joe, for taking 2 hours out of your life to sit here and do this. I always appreciate it. And thank you to everyone behind the scenes who helps makes the show run. Your Marks, your Kirks, your Nicks. We appreciate you. We are trucking along. Our next match is coming up very soon. Like I said, we got Posse Galore, Joe's team, the champs. They're going up against rookie team, the Mighty Crabjoys. We also have Joe Fairley challenging Kaiser Wang for the singles belt. Very much looking forward to that as well. And if you're just tuning in now, hit that rewind button like 2.5 hours, because Nick and I were doing some fun recap, some talking at the beginning. It was fun. Good stuff. So go check that out. Thank you guys for watching. Keep watching. This is the end of the year. We'll be back later this week to recap the whole year, talk about next year a little bit. It's going to be really fun, but keep watching. We'll see you soon. But that's it for Fanzone Debate this year. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
There we go. Thanks a lot. Come again.
Hey, I won't forget what you've done for me here today.
I would prefer that you do.
All right. Next question is in the category of DreamWorks animation. What is the name of the substance that gives Ginormica her powers and that Galaxar is after in Monsters vs. Aliens? I like this movie. This was one that I hadn't seen until I joined Fandom Fights. And then I watched it because other people that ran the show didn't. And so that was mean. I'm sorry, Coho. I've been mean to Coho tonight. I don't mean to be. You're beautiful. Don't change.
I feel like it took me like 5 times watching this movie to really know what happened in it.
Oh, that's mean. 5.
I just
4.
It's not
3.
most memorable.
2. 1. Pens down. Rue, we're gonna go to you.
You said DreamWorks and I said shit. Humongo. I don't know.
And Brittany.
Quantonium.
And your winner of the 2023 Last One Standing is Brittany Tapley.
Tim.
What do you want?
Tim, hi. I just wanted to tell you because like Brittany just won the thing, right?
Yeah.
She did crazy good. I got to tell you some of her stats. She lasted like 20 rounds. Of the 101 questions she was asked, she answered 91 of them correct.
Jeez.
She got 12 perfect rounds, which she got more perfect rounds than the MVP lasted regular rounds. So that's crazy shit, no?
I mean, yeah, it's a little intense. I like it.
Yeah, as you know, like she now has a title shot. She can use whenever she wants the rest of the year at any point in time. She could just come in and use it.
Hey, Cody.
Hi, Cody. What's up?
What's up?
Hi.
Cody? Oh.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a surprise match. Fandom Fights. You just saw the Last One Standing. You just saw Brittany win the Last One Standing. And, well, she's here now to cash in. And Nick, what is the question? I went upstairs.
Question is, what are the first names of both of Triss's parents in Divergent? If both players hit or miss, that will be the end.
Yeah. I like this movie.
Why?
It's fun.
I'll take a repeat, please.
All right, that's going to be Brittany's third repeat.
The question again. What are the first names of both of Triss's parents in Divergent? You say you like this movie?
I hate the sequels, but I like this one.
Okay. It's a weird take, but sure.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I like the performances. 4, 3, 2.
Repeat the question, please.
All right, that's going to be Joe's third repeat.
What are the first names of both of Triss's parents in Divergent?
Yeah, I think it's got a cool idea behind it. Then they just don't capitalize on any of it in the sequels whatsoever.
I'd argue it's a cool idea that's not capitalized on starting with the first film.
That's fair. I like bad movies. We've been over this many times.
Right.
There are a lot of bad movies. I dig.
That's why we do
5,
what we do.
4, 3, 2.
Good question.
All right, that's going to be Joe's final repeat.
What are the first names of both of Triss's parents in Divergent?
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of when I saw it. Maggie hates these movies because she read the books.
Are the books better?
Yes, apparently not very faithful. At least the sequels. I don't know about the first one, but
Interesting.
she's not a big fan. Not a big fan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We're going to start with Joe.
I'm wrong. Edith and Thomas.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What?
Edith and Thomas.
Okay, and Brittany.
I said Natalie and Andrew.
And your winner and new Fandom Fights singles champion, Brittany Tapley. The answer was Natalie and Andrew.
We need an answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will go to Dominic first.
He lived in a trailer, a down trailer.
And Maggie?
Water truck.
And your winner, Maggie the Macaw Verkala. The answer was water truck, and Maggie wins in sudden death. Cody is
My mom's trying to sleep.
all right. Brooklyn.
What? No, you picked the actor with the best movies hands down, but that's not the question. The question is best actor, and that is and that is not Kazeo. Kazeo is the perfect side character that either in his career he either played the nervous, angry weasel like in The Godfather or The Deer Hunter, which was fine, or is a blank board for the better actors to bounce off of. You can't say the only reason Pacino and De Niro and everyone else was so good because Kazeo wasn't giving them was helping them get better. No, they're good because they're great actors. Kazeo is a great side character.
If you're trying to say that he played the same character in every one of these movies, you need to go back and rewatch these movies. You want to tell me Sicko and Dog Day Afternoon and Fredo Corleone are the same people? You're out of your mind. He was known. He's famous for being a chameleon and fully forming these characters. Let's talk about Florence Pugh's performances. Midsummer, very one note. You feel bad for her because of what's going on around her. She doesn't do anything with that Florence. Her most talked about performance in Little Women, she ridiculously plays a child for half the movie and does a horrible job of it.
Oh yeah, that's her fault. No, that's the directorial.
Yeah, that's right. It is her fault. It is her fault. She read the script.
Hold on, Kirk. Hold on. You were just naming a bunch of things about that. No, you're taking away parts about it. The character of in Midsummer is supposed to be confined and sheltered until the final thing, and she does that great. The directorial choice, not her choice, to play a young girl in it should not be a knock against her in order to do that.
Let's talk about that. Talk about playing a young character. Sail and Dog Day Afternoon was written as a 18-year-old kid. John Cazale was cast in that part instead of saying, oh, well, it's on the page 18. I got to play a kid. He took that role and completely made it something his own because the director could trust him because he was a strong enough actor. He wasn't a 25-year-old, which is ridiculous.
Did you watch this movie recently? I watched Dog Day Afternoon. Al Pacino, Sonny, is the wild. He's the out there one. Sal is nothing. He's supposed to be an expressionless, no character boy. That's supposed to be everything. Hold on, Kirk. Hold on.
Sensitive.
Hold on. He's supposed to be this blank, expressionless board for the other actors too. Yes, he might inspire great performances from other people by being a blank board for people to bounce off of. But that does not make him the best actor. And that becomes
he's the best actor because of that. And also, if you're going to, you want to talk about the best actor, he is this great supporting actor, but he also, you look at those roles he created. Watch him as Fredo Corleone. Watch the arc he takes as that character. Sal in Dog Day Afternoon, he has so much range. He's quiet. You're saying, oh, he's quiet, so he doesn't do anything. Florence Pugh is quiet, so she doesn't do anything. Sal is scary. He's sensitive. You relate to him. He has so much going on in that character. The same is one note because it's quiet.
It's the same character in each of his 5 performances. While Florence Pugh has actually shown different characters in every single one of the movies.
How can you say that? Because
it's obvious, Kirk.
Florence Pugh is one character in all her movies. She's
Yeah,
very
but
quiet.
it's the same type of
she was
depressive
resigned and
character, but
quiet.
the way that she
every
does-
movie. She
But think
Chuck
about
Zell
that, makes it
creates
different.
fully formed characters in every one of his movies. He is somebody different. He is a new and great character in every one of those.
Oh my god. And your winners by way of knockout and still
the mighty
Fandom Fights
Crab
Teams
Joy.
Champions Posse galore.
Well, guys, this is very exciting. Your guys' first ever title shot. You made it there and won a tournament on your way, which we've never done that. So you guys have already done something we haven't done, which is pretty cool. And now you guys have a shot for, I think the third team in history to actually win the title. That's pretty cool. I think either way, you guys have shown you're one of the greatest teams in the league. You guys absolutely dominated that tournament. Posse's no joke, but yeah, you guys have shown if anyone can take them on. It's you guys.
Eagle, we defended once, getting ready to defend again. This is. I know you've got your history with Tyler. It took him to the wire last time. I thought it was a fantastic first title match. I thought it was incredible. Me, this is a little bit personal. The only two players to beat me in singles this year. They teamed up together to try and take these belts from us.
As everyone knows, I'm very confident, so this is going to be a cakewalk. No, I feel good. I like playing. This might be kind of not great, but who knows? It might be really great. Sky's the limit.
Played Javi before in different variations, but never one-on-one, so I can't have any enmity there towards Javi. But Javi's a great player. He might give himself crap all the time that he's not confident on this and on that, but he's a great player. Tyler, not much can be said about Tyler. Then he's dominant. He knows his stuff, and there's very little weaknesses. But we're a good team. We've been a team for longer, and let's show them how being a team for longer can impact a title match.
Let's do this.
Like the great Rick O'Connell said, bang, bang, growl, bang.
Hello there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Fandom Fights. We're here at the final act. Very exciting teams title match in Fandom Fights for you. We got the champions, Posse Galore, going up against... You like the pop there? Yeah, sorry. Going up against the challengers, the mighty Crab Joys. Nick is here. Nick?
Yes.
I just want to get it out of the way right away. You look great.
Okay. That's kind of
don't change a thing. Very exciting. Lots of stories here today.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what you find to be the biggest of those stories.
Sure. Yeah, there are lots of stories, Tim. I think chief among them is the year that all four of these players have had this year alone. Tyler, obviously, with multiple title defenses, multiple teams title defenses, has climbed his way back to a team's title match with a different team in the same year. Absolutely insane. Javi making it to the finals of the Alpha tournament, playing in a team's contender match earlier in the year, joining with Tyler and having the run that Mighty Crab Joys have had is, I don't think we've ever seen it. I believe they started with 3 knockouts. That's not something any team has ever done. But Brittany did allude to it, that only 2 teams have made it to the title match undefeated and won immediately. Now, several teams have made it to the title match undefeated, including the current champions, Posse Galore, and they did that in their first summer teams tournament, very closely mirroring what the Mighty Crabjoys are trying to achieve today. Will they be stopped? I don't know. It's very interesting. And then I said all four. Obviously, Igor's challenge for the singles title. Joe is challenging for all the titles at this here final act. And one last one standing. Challenge for the singles belt. Challenge for the teams belts already. Won the teams belts. There's a lot of greatness on screen today, Tim. I think we're going to see it.
Yes, chief among them, your beard. Let's get into it. It's a title match after all. It's exciting. I'm pumped. Round one. How's it going to work?
Round number one. It's going to work like this. There's going to be 10 questions in the realm of Fandom Fights. Each player is going to have 15 seconds to write down their answer. At the end of 15 seconds, we'll say pens down, at which point the players will reveal their answer and say it aloud. Each correct answer is worth 1 point apiece. Should any individual player get all 10 questions correct in round number one, they would receive a bonus question. Each team will have 3 repeats, 1 challenge for the entire, 4 repeats, 1 challenge for the entirety of this here title match. Players, any questions? We get in round number one.
Good luck, Crabjoys.
Good luck, guys.
Great. First question will come in the category of horror icons. What is the alphanumeric name of the android companion aboard the Grendel in Jason X? The alpha and the numeric.
How's it going?
I'm very tired, and I don't know if you can tell, I'm losing my voice, and yeah.
You still come out and put a show on, though. That's beautiful.
I do my best, Tim. I aim to please.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's start with Igor.
K7.
Let's go to Tyler.
I can't remember the number. I said KM19.
Let's go to Joe.
KM14.
Let's go to Hobby.
NCC 1701 ALZ 113B4.
Joe is correct.
KM14
is
would have been bad if it wasn't, aside from the one on the deep cut list, the last Horror Icons film I watched.
All right. Your next question is in the category of creature features. Who plays the chimpanzee Sander in 2001's Planet of the Apes? Could be Sandar.
Sandar is what I
Sandar.
would say. I get it.
Would you accept an ER if they wrote it, if we asked what the inverse of this question?
I would, Tim. I would, because I'm not a prick.
Like
at least I try not to be. I guess some might disagree.
3, 2, 1. Pens down. Ellie thinks you're just a big prick. Let's go to Tyler.
I don't know if this is the right guy. I said David Warner.
Let's go to Joe.
David Warner.
And Javi.
Yeah, Senator Sandor, David Warner.
And Igor.
David Warner.
Clean sweep. 3-2. What's next, Nick?
Next question comes in the category of the MCU. In Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, we see in a flashback that what specifically caused America Chavez's powers to first activate, sending her parents to another universe.
Yeah.
That last guy is in Scream 2.
Did you just happen to watch Scream 2 or something?
We watched all the Screams.
Nice for the.
And it was like, I want to watch something on Halloween, and you know, we'd watched all the horror icons before, and we had kind of been making our way through the new stuff. And I was like, oh, Scream's really good. Like, I could watch Scream again, and we've been trying to rewatch them all now. I was like, this is hindering your fandom learning.
2, 1. Pens down. Got to keep her in shape. Let's go to Joe.
She's stung by a bee.
And Javi.
No.
And Igor.
Said being startled by a bee. I'm not sure if this thing is implied.
And Tyler.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she got stung, so I said being scared by a bee.
Being scared by a bee, startled, stung, yes. All the bee stuff we will accept. So 5-3 is the score. Your next question is in the category of the worlds of DC. Which part of Metamorpho's body does he transform into kryptonite in 2025's Superman? Nick's least favorite movie of the year.
It's not very good, but I have a funny answer.
There are ladies present.
No idea what I was.
5.
Whatever you just thought of, that's on you.
1 pens down. Let's go to Javi.
I believe it's his right hand, but I just wrote hand.
You son of a bitch. Let's go to Igor.
Hand.
Tyler.
Hand.
There it is. That shoulder.
Hand is correct. So Crabjoys cuts into that lead a little bit. Is 6-5. What is next, Nick?
Next question comes in the category of Galaxy Quests. What is the name of the chief's daughter whom Loak has a romantic interest for in Avatar, The Way of Water?
Great.
Good movie.
No. Sorry, what? Oh, it's not.
I love this movie.
No, it's not good. Sorry.
Oh, stop.
Shit just happens for over and over again.
So good.
Like the amount of dumb things that characters do.
3.
Over
2,
and over and over again.
1. Pens down. Let's go to Igor.
I couldn't remember. Neela.
Let's go to Tyler.
I don't remember. It said Siri.
Let's go to Joe.
Ennui.
And Javi.
I've decided to just make funny words. Pachukuhula or something like that.
God. The answer is Rhea. Soraya.
Ah, of course.
Oh, okay.
Still 6-5. Your next question is in the category of the Wizarding World. In Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, why does Hermione say no one ever comes to the bathroom where they are brewing the Polyjuice potion? Very warm right now.
I'm sorry.
Right before this started, Maggie made some beef stroganoff. So I had that for dinner, and then I ran down here to get everything set up.
Nice.
And I might have the meat sweats. I don't know. 5.
Sorry.
3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Tyler.
I wasn't sure what you looked for. It said Haunted by a Ghost.
Let's go to Joe.
Moaning Mud.
Let's go to Javi.
Because of Moaning Myrtle. Who? Moaning Myrtle.
And Igor.
Because of Moaning Myrtle.
I would accept all of them, Tyler. Or Nick, right? Tyler's answer you would accept.
Tyler, he's asking you if he.
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, so 8-7 is what I have, right, Nick?
That's what I have.
Okay, go ahead.
Your next question comes in the category of Disney animation. Who voices Professor Porter, Jane's father, in Tarzan?
Oh my God.
You a Tarzan fan?
Yeah.
Do you just randomly scream out the songs in this movie?
No, but sometimes I randomly scream out, oh, and I bang my chest and stuff.
That's fair. I can see that.
Really frightens the neighbors.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We're going to go to Joe.
No, I can pull it.
And Javi.
I know it's not Richard Attenborough, but it sounds like Richard Attenborough.
Igor.
Couldn't come up with his name.
And Tyler.
I just said James Murray. I don't know.
All incorrect. You're looking for Nigel Hawthorne.
That's why I was thinking about Nigel Thornberry.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay. Your next question is in the category of Marvel. A former mob enforcer turned hero is decapitated by the main villain's henchwoman in which Marvel film? You look puzzled.
Yeah, because I was going to say something I totally forgot. Not running on 100%, Tim.
That's okay.
I'm trying.
As I said, you're here. You're putting in the work.
Indeed.
Sound like a therapist for marriage counseling.
Yes.
1. Okay, we got a repeat from Joe. Your question again. A former mob enforcer turned hero is decapitated by the main villain's henchwoman in which Marvel film? Sorry.
Thank you for apologizing.
It's a, yeah, of course. Like I said earlier, there are ladies present. Is Anna there?
No, but I have her phone. We switched phones as a sign of trust.
I know why, but I'm playing it up for the cameras too. One, pens down. Let's go to, I believe we're to Javi.
I wrote a bunch of scribbles to throw them off, but it's kick-ass too.
Let's go to Igor.
I had Kingsman: The Secret Service.
And Tyler?
I play it truthfully. It's kick-ass too.
And Joe?
Yeah, I couldn't get a scene from Kill Bill out of my head, so I went Wolverine.
Yes, 2 is correct, and the Mighty Crabjoys have taken the lead, Nick, 9-8. What is next?
Your penultimate question will come in the category.
Sorry, guys. No, the neck's broken on screen. I think they say off screen that he's decapitated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
You're correct. I just watched it. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Your penultimate question will come in the category of American Spies. In Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, it is revealed at the start of the film that who placed a bounty on Ilsa, causing her to fake her death?
What am I doing?
That is a big sign of trust, though, to swap phones.
Yeah, sure.
I'll never do it.
We did it because I have a monthly train ticket and she is taking the train to see a show, and so in order to not need to
We're
purchase.
talking like
another
Broadway musical, or are we talking like concert band?
The Rockettes.
Nice. 5.
Yeah,
4.
we all know what that
City
is.
Rockettes.
2. 1. Pens down. Let's go to Igor.
Yeah, I couldn't come up with it.
Let's go to Tyler.
I believe it's just Kittredge.
Let's go to Joe.
Kittredge.
And Javi.
I saw the Rockettes when I was 4 months old. Kittredge.
Kittredge is correct. 11-9 is the score. Your final question in this round is in the category of Criminal Underworld. What is the name of the AI monitoring device inside of the bank that monitors players gambling in Ocean's 13?
I caught an hour of this afternoon.
Great movie.
Really shouldn't miss it.
Anna has a chat with her friends called the Girls' Room.
Ooh.
Don't know what they're saying because I haven't opened the phone, but I imagine they don't like to know that I'm in possession of the phone.
2, 1.
I'm sure they know they're not saying anything because of that.
Let's go to Tyler.
Is it the Greco system?
Let's go to Joe.
Greco.
And Javi.
Because it's Roman, so the Greco.
And Igor.
Struggling. Century.
Greco is correct. So at the end of round number 1, the Mighty Crabjoys are in the lead 13-10. Is that what you have, Nick?
That's what I have, Tim.
All right, let's get to round number 2. How's it going to work?
Round number 2 is going to work like this. It is the wheel round. We have a wheel with 10 fandom categories on it. No spinners or opponent's choice per request of the champions. Each team will get a spin at the wheel. If they like what they spin the first time, they can keep it. If not, they can choose to spin again, but they will be forced to keep it. They spin the second time. You'll get 5 questions in the chosen category, each worth 2 points apiece, unless you like check down multiple choice, at which point it'll only be worth 1, but be on the lookout as stealing is available in round number 2. Tim, what's on the wheel today?
On the wheel today, we have creature features, YA, DreamWorks Animation, Disney Animation, James Bond, sci-fi icons, Wizarding World, horror icons, MCU, and Fight Night. Mighty Crabjoys, you are in the lead. Would you like to spin or defer to Posse Galore?
We're going to go second.
Okay. Then this will be the spin for Posse Galore. and it lands on Disney Animation. Would you like to keep it or spin again?
I will spin again, please.
All right. This is going to be what you're stuck with. And it's Disney Animation. All right. Nick, would you go ahead and read Posse Galore, their questions in Disney Animation?
Gladly. Posse Galore, I'll be giving you your questions in the category of Disney Animation. Are you prepared for them? Also, Joe, were you muted on purpose just now? Okay. Are you answering, Joe? All right, great. Fantastic. All right. Posse Galore, your first question. Which Disney animated film features the characters Jenny, Joe, John, and Jose?
Oliver and Company, final answer.
Is incorrect. Mighty Crab Joy's chance for the 2-point steal.
We're going to say Wish, final answer.
That is also incorrect. We're looking for Melody Time. Melody Time. All right. Posse Galore, your next question. Who voices Queen Amaya of Rosas in Wish?
Multiple choice.
All right. Your multiple choice options are: is it A, Angelique Cabral, B, Natasha Rothwell, C, Jennifer Kumiyama, or D, Della Saba?
A, final answer.
That's correct for 1 point.
Good shit,
Indeed. All right. Posse, your third question. Cleo is the name of the mother of which 2000s Disney animated main character?
Aladar, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. Posse, your penultimate question. In The Sword in the Stone, Merlin turns himself and Arthur into squirrels to teach Arthur about what? Five, four, three, two.
Love, final answer.
That is incorrect. Mighty Crab Joy's chance for the 2-point steal. Five, four, three.
Climb, final answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
How to climb, final answer.
Oh, that's unfortunately also incorrect. We're looking for gravity. Gravity is the correct answer. All right. Posse Galore, your final question in Disney animation. In Mulan, what fake name does Mulan go by while pretending to be a man?
Multiple choice.
Your multiple choice options are: is it A, Yao, B, Ling, C, Ping, or D, Po?
Ping, final answer.
That is correct for 1 point, the lead, and the end of Posse Galore's round 2.
All right. So I have them up to 14 to 13, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So we will bring back the wheel. And this will be the spin for the Mighty Crabjoys. And it lands on MCU. Would you like to keep it or spin again?
We'll take it.
Okay. I will be giving you your questions in the category of MCU. Mighty Crabjoys, who is going to be your answerer? Tyler? Okay. Are you ready, Mighty Crabjoys? Okay. Your first question in the category of the MCU is: in which MCU film does the main villain use their powers to force a character to jump out of their supersuit? Five, 4, 3, 2.
Repeat the question.
All right. That is your first repeat. Your question again. In which MCU film does the main villain use their powers to force a character to jump out of their supersuit?
Iron Man 3, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. All right. Your second question. Who plays Anika, the other Dora Milaje warrior who dons the Midnight Angel armor in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever?
Michaela Cole, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. All right. Your third question. What type of location does Betty work at in The Incredible Hulk?
University, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. All right. Your fourth question. In Deadpool and Wolverine, what is the name of the device that Paradox plans to use to destroy Wade's timeline? Five, 4.
Multiple choice.
All right. Your multiple choice options are A, Time Destroyer, B, Time Ripper, C, Time Terror, or D, Time Accelerator.
Time Ripper, final answer.
That is correct for 1 point. All right. Your last question. In Captain America Civil War, how many countries sign the Sokovia Accords?
Multiple choice.
All right. Your multiple choice options are A, 94, B, 101, C, 117, or D, 134.
C, final answer.
That is correct for 1 point. All right. So at the end of round number 2, I have Mighty Crabjoy still in the lead, 21-14. Is that what you have, Nick?
That's what I have, Tim.
All right. Let's get into round number 3. How's it going to work?
Number 3. It's going to work like this. It's the filmography round. We have 3 questions worth 1, 2, and 3 points apiece. One player will take the 1 point question. The other player will take the 2 point questions, and teams can confer on the 3 point question. we will give 2 clues pointing to a particular fandom actor or actress. If you get the question correct, you will gain the concurrent amount of points, and then we'll go to round 4. Any questions? We get to round 3. Great.
I was muted. All right, Nick, you want to go ahead and give the 1 point question, but first, who's taking the 1 point for Posse Galore? Igor will be taking it, and who's taking the 1 point for Crab Joyce? Javi. All right, Nick, go ahead and give the question to Igor and Javi.
Your 1 point question in round number 3. Who plays a DC revolutionary leader and an epic adventures elf?
Smiling's my favorite.
Your what?
I said smiling is my favorite.
Stop it.
Ellie, you had syrup with breakfast, right? With your pancakes, yeah.
When you're older, Ellie, you can have syrup with like any meal.
4, 3, 2.
Repeat
1.
the question.
All right, that is the second repeat for Posse Galore.
Question again. Who plays a DC revolutionary leader and an epic adventures elf?
I had to buy a new board because Ellie has been coloring on my other board.
With what?
Which is what she's doing right now. With my markers.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
coloring? No, this is mine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands down. Let's go to Igor.
Took me way too long. Hugo Weaving.
And Javi.
Hugo Weaving.
Hugo Weaving is correct. All right, so that is 1 point for each team. And the next question is going to go to Tyler and Joe, the 2 point question. Gentlemen, your question is, who plays an MCU Lord and a Ghostbuster? Ellie's stealing my stuff.
How do you feel about the singer, Lord?
She's royal.
She also has a song called Tennis Court.
She's also Randy Marsh.
1. Hands down. Let's go to Tyler.
Bill Murray.
And Joe.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray is correct. 1 second. Okay, we're back. All right, we're going to move into the 3 point question. You're welcome, baby. We're going to move into the 3 point question. They can confer on this one. Nick, go ahead.
Sounded like you were asking me. Yes, they can. Your 3 point question. Who plays a creature features performer and a Marvel musician? Oh yeah, I forgot you can't talk to me. Yeah, no, that's I got it. Whatever. We're gonna get answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Repeat.
Okay. That is the second repeat for the Mighty Crab Joys. Question again. Who plays a creature features performer and a Marvel musician? Sorry, I threw my pen out of excitement. Ugh, I got it. Since Tim's listening duties are divided right now, I can talk crap about him. What an idiot.
That's rude.
Oh. Answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. All right. We get answers starting with Posse Galore.
Leah Thompson.
And the Mighty Crab Joys.
Leah Thompson.
Leah Thompson is indeed the correct answer.
All right, Nick. So I have Posse Galore at 20, Mighty Crab Joys at 27. Is that what you have?
That's what I have, Tim.
All right, we're going to get into the deep cut round. How's it going to work, Nick?
Round number 4 is the deep cut round. We have another wheel with 10 fandom films on it, drafted by the teams you see before you. Each film has had 5 questions written about it at a deep cut level. If you haven't seen the movie, these are going to be really hard. We're going to spin the wheel 5 times, get 5 questions. Each is going to be worth 2 points apiece. Teams can confer on each question. They'll have 15 seconds to write down their answer. If they get it correct, they will gain 2 points. And then move it along.
All right. The movies on the wheel today: Jurassic Park, Toy Story 4, Superman 2, Thunderbolts, Encanto, The Bourne Ultimatum, Back to the Future, The Karate Kid, Thunderball, and 2010's A Nightmare on Elm Street. Let's spin that wheel for the first question. It's going to be Nightmare on Elm Street 2010. All right. Your question in a Nightmare on Elm Street 2010 is: what is the name of the preschool Freddy worked at?
Do you need to read all of these, or
I can read them. I need you to do the countdown. That's all.
Okay.
And get answers.
There's no readings. Difficult.
I like hearing your voice.
Answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We'll go to Posse.
Badham.
And Mighty Crab Choice.
Badham.
Badham is correct.
Sounds better than Badham. Javi asked if we could just pause for a couple seconds.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. We are going to move into question 2. Here's the spin. It's going to come from Toy Story 4. Nick, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Your question in Toy Story 4. When Forky tries to throw himself away at the rest stop, what does Woody catch him with?
I won't let you.
No, I was going to do that too, but we can't give hints. What if they didn't watch it? What if they're unfamiliar with the movie in which we're referring to? Never know. Never know, Tim. I'll keep it level.
2 houses.
We're going to get answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We'll go to Tyler and the Crab Droids.
So Woody's pull string.
And Posse Galore.
Makes sense. So we had cup.
Woody's pull string is the correct answer.
All right. So it is 31-22. We're going to bring back the wheel. This will be the 3rd spin. And it's Toy Story 4 once again. All right, guys, your question in Toy Story 4. Harmony's mom calls her away from pushing Woody in the swing to do what?
I won't let you.
I won't let you throw yourself away. We're afraid to show Maggie or Ellie those movies because they might frighten her.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I get it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We'll go to Posse Galore.
Have lunch.
And Crab Joys.
Apply sunscreen.
Apply sunscreen was the correct answer we were looking for. It's now 33-22. Tim, what's next?
All right, we'll bring back the wheel. This is going to be for question 4. It's coming from the Karate Kid. All right. Nick, I believe you're asking this one.
Yes, I am. Your question from the Karate Kid. What is the name of Allie's parents' country club?
I won't let you
Would you let me throw myself away?
Absolutely not.
What if I really wanted to, though?
You're a free man, but I would strongly advise it
You
against
gave
it.
up that easily, Tim? No.
This was pretty quick. Use my pull string.
What the hell, Tim? 5, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. I keep forgetting that I'm doing it because you're talking to me, so it's confusing. We're going to go to the Crab Joys.
Encino Oaks Country Club.
And Posse Galore.
Encino Oaks.
Encino Oaks is the correct answer. Tim, would you like to say the sitch or shall I?
Yeah, the sitch is 35-24. So Posse needs to hit this, and Crab Joys has to miss in order for us to move on to round number 5. So we're going to bring back the wheel for the final deep cut spin. It's coming from Thunderbolts. Great movie. All right. Your question in Thunderbolts.
I need that one too. No, you don't.
Your question in Thunderbolts. What is the name of the child that was the subject of Yelena's first test in the Red Room?
Did you just say test?
What?
Nothing on it. Nothing. Nothing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's start with Posse Galore.
Anya.
And Crab Joys.
Anya.
And your winners and new fandom teams champions, the mighty Crab Joys. Nick, they did it.
They did.
Damn. That was crazy. That was wild. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't want to make excuses for Posse Galore. They were actually ahead in round 1. I imagine they'll tell us something along the lines of like different round 2 wheel spin, maybe a couple of deep cut movies that they weren't as familiar with as some others. Like they've both expressed in the past that deep cuts are much more difficult to do now in the stage of life they've entered. So I imagine a couple other spins in round 4 might have made things a little bit better for them. And maybe in round 2 as well. They spun away from the category and landed on it again, whereas Mighty Crab Joys felt comfortable enough to keep the first one that they spun. But overall, they still played absolutely fantastic, sweeping round 3, keeping pace in round 1 until Mighty Crab Joys were able to take the lead. I don't think a knockout is a referendum on Posse Galore's ability as champions, worthy champions. They won by knockout in their very last match. I think it is more of a statement of potential future dominance we may see from the Mighty Crab Joys, given how they started their career, their very short career so far, and where they are now. So great shit overall. Happy for the people who won, proud of the people that lost, and I think we will see them back in this circle rather soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go talk to the players, see how they're feeling in the post-match interviews.
Posse Galore. Not your best day, unfortunately, but it's really tough, and you guys know this from playing in a tournament and getting those, especially like starting your career off. When you get that win after win after win, that momentum is a really hard thing to overcome, and that's what the Crab Joys have had, coupled with the experience of Javi and Tyler. Like a new team could have a completely new team, new players could have that same momentum, but lack the experience. Unfortunately, I think you just faced off against a juggernaut today, and you needed one or two things to go more in your favor than they did. Overall, you guys are still great champions. Very few teams have actually defended the team's title, so you're in that boat as well. And potentially, I don't know, you'll have to tell me. I imagine the both of you are people who would like to be back in this circle one way or another. So for now, tell me about how you're feeling about the match today. Igor.
Yeah, not great. I think I was definitely a bit off today, and I think that showed with my score out of round 1. Showed with a few things that I couldn't really help Joe get to in round 2 as well. Took me a real long time to get a 1-pointer in filmography, and that kind of stuff just sort of sticks in my head. Toy Story 4 was a movie I deep cutted, and the visual clues just, I guess, aren't the things I noted as much. And the harmony thing, I just completely slipped my mind. So, yeah, it's not my best performance. Generally, I think in deep cuts, I'm usually a little bit better than this. I'd like to be a bit better than this, I suppose. And I'm just kind of noticing in the title, just going from title match to title match, it is sort of just with life in general, not to make excuses, but it's becoming harder to just stay on top of movies and just kind of rewatch and things like that. So that's where I'm lacking, and that's where I'm noticing I'm lacking. And I think today was a clear example of that. So Crabjoy's played a hell of a game. Both Tyler and Javi were on point. Rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. And yeah, I just.
The world may never know.
So
we may never know.
Got to bounce back from.
Oh, there he is.
There you go. Got to bounce back. You cut out.
Oh no.
You cut out for like half a second. We got you.
Okay.
Like I said, your second team with the titles, your third team's reign, defending, but it didn't go your way today. Thoughts? You've been in this position. You've been in positions like this before, but you've also been on the side of the Crabjoys before. So, like, what's it like?
Well, look, you can't. We tried to step in. We were the champions. We had that defense, and I think I won't lie. I think there was a little bit of relaxation that stepped in, and you try to relax in front of a train that's plowing through just everything, like that scene in Super 8, and just this is what happens. I can say that the wheel was not in our favor, and I think that showed the fact that Crabjoys didn't get the steals. That showed the sort of level of questions on that Disney anime, because I would say that Tyler and Harvey are probably better. That the last time I played Harvey showed probably better at Disney animation than I am. The fact they couldn't steal, I think, shows the level of questions. I think we were ready. We were ready to steal anything on MCU, but like I said, we're just better at MCU than we are at Disney animation. No, there was a couple of moments where they played the game phenomenally, because I don't think they had Leia Thompson till that repeat. But again, that's how you play the game well. Deep cuts, Toy Story 4 was on me. That was my deep cut. I know he's done it before, but when you do deep cuts, you just sort of done the deep cuts, and then I move off to the side and keep a couple of things, but you don't necessarily retain things at that level. And like I'll make the excuses. Sometimes you don't see the visual stuff because something's distracting you. Something's sitting next to you and keeping you distracted. And I can definitely live with that. Given Tyler's last performance in a round 5 against me, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. But I made up for it, and I hit an Ocean's 13 question in the match against Tyler this time. May have been because, like I said, I saw an hour of it this afternoon just because it was on. But hey, it is what it is. They're deserving champions, and you can't fault them for it. Maybe the gas has come off because this is the last match trivia match we're recording this year. So, and why would the gas come off for them when they're not the champions? They weren't the champions, I should say. Why should they step off the gas? And we'll see what happens next year. I don't know where. There's a lot of new stuff coming in, but we'll see. We'll see. I will say this though. I will say this just to say, I've seemed pretty chilled and about this defeat, but I will say this: apart from Crabjoys, Igor, who else is there? Who else is there? Really? Not to disparage the rest of the division, the rest of the
might
league.
feel a little despair.
Screw it. Let's make some enemies. Who else is there? It'll be us again. Of course it will be us again, because it's me and it's Igor. I don't care whether we take our foot off the gas, whether we get to everything in the paranormal stuff. We'll be back. We're always back.
Sounds like a plan. And like I said, you both have had fantastic years this whole year, both individually and as a team. So congratulations on that. And we'll see you once you come back. I believe this is probably not the last match of Final Act. So, Joe, we'll see you again real soon. All right. I've made this joke before when Manhattan Project won the title, and I'm going to do it again. Tyler, you have become the first person ever to win the belts with 2 teams in the same year, you've joined an elite club of people who have won the belt with 2 different teams. You have won the team's belt 3 times. But who cares about any of that? Because Javi Madden is a fandom champion. Javi, your quick reaction, or long reaction. Heck, you're a champion. Do what you want.
Yeah, take all the time you want.
This is very surreal. I don't like making a show out of this. I'm gonna say one quick thing. Like, for real, like, I don't talk about my faith ever, but like, praise God. Like, honestly, like, obviously we both put in the work, but like, big ups to the big man upstairs. I feel it's crazy. I didn't think I'd be here. Definitely not this year. I didn't think I'd be here most of my time playing Fandom. I wouldn't have thought I would have been a champion. I thought I could get to a bunch of title matches. I didn't think I'd win the title. Thankfully, someone's really good at carrying me as a backpack to get me to do that, which is cool. But yeah, it's just surreal. I'm actually kind of at a loss for words for once.
Tyler, as someone who has been in this position multiple times prior, help Javi find the words.
I mean, he played incredibly this whole run. I think it's easy for him to get into his head about it, but there were things like the 3-pointer, that last deep cut that he hit. Like, I don't know if I had more time if I would have hit or not, but like, he did that. He made that happen. He's the one that was able to give us what we needed to be able to get this win. He put in a lot of work this year. He's got a lot of things going on, and he still made sure he put in the work because he was taking it seriously. I knew that we would get here. Did I think it would be this first time? Maybe not, just because we kind of were just like, oh, this is kind of just, we're just kind of just doing this thing because we got the time, so let's go ahead and do it. And then it became a reality that we were going to get here. And once we did, I knew if we put in the work that there was a very real possibility that we would become champions, which Javi is the #1 person in this league that deserves to be a champion. So I knew he would. It didn't matter how much I had to pull him kicking and screaming all the way up here, he was going to become a champion whether he liked it or not. So I'm so excited for him.
Amen.
I do like it.
Brittany, I believe everyone believed this was possible. It was also possible that Posse Galore just went out. Did you see 4 knockouts in 6 matches occurring with this team?
Oh God, no! Like especially when they did River like that. It was really, it just shows like how complete and how dominant of a team there is. Like, full disclosure, before we went on a call before this, and we were joking about how what happened if we had a lead against Posse, like a 10-point lead against Posse. We're like, haha, that's never gonna happen, right? And here we are. We didn't have, because we didn't even make it to round 5. Like, that, insane. Like, I can't think of a run as dominant as this since Knights of Ren, really. Like, and
more than that.
Yeah, so. I mean, you've really set the bar high. Like, holy, I'm also at a loss for words. And I think, yes, they did struggle a little bit in round 2, Posse, but you guys have played them in round 1 and round 4. I don't know if me and Tyler ever had more than 1-point lead on Posse when we played them. You guys had a 3-point lead. Like, you guys were just pulling hard stuff that they just couldn't pull. And that was really, really impressive. Like that kick-ass too. Just stuff like that. And then Javi also I was really nice to hear Javi pulling stuff too. I don't know. I was having audio problems, so I'm not sure if Tyler said this, but Javi got the 3-pointer. He got Lilia Thompson first. So stuff he was full on contributing, just the way they were talking to each other reminded me and Tyler, and I was just so proud of everything they were doing. It was really hard as a manager to sit back tight and stuff, but once they got going, I'm like, oh, these guys are fine. They've got this, and yeah, holy shit, you guys. And yeah, just so proud, so happy for Javi. Long time overdue. Yeah, incredible.
Do that. Guys, you'll be staying together, I assume. This would be a weird time.
Awkward.
We already did all we wanted to do. What else is there to do?
Next year, are you throwing down the gauntlet similar to how Posse Galore did, making enemies, or are you sort of just welcoming all challengers? What is your mentality as champions?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I think during this tournament, we were very disrespectful to most of the teams. So I think we already made enemies. I don't think we have to go out and call everybody out. I think that they probably are coming after us. They're angry. They got red in their eyes. So they're going to try, and we're going to keep beating them back.
I'm calling out the Underminers. They're coming for us, and we'll beat them.
When Josh wins, last one standing, we'll make it happen. But for now, Mighty Crabjoys, congratulations on your rookie season, rookie half a season, which has resulted in you being the latest team's champion. So congratulations again, and we'll see you very soon.
What's up?
So I just wanted to speak to Harvey quickly. You can cut this if you want, but I just wanted to say something to Harvey, just because I didn't get to say it in the thing. Look, Tyler's been the champion numerous times. I don't need to pile any more praise on him, but I managed you a fair few times in fandom, Harvey, and I always knew you were capable of this. And I just want to say I'm damn proud that you are a fandom champion, man.
Thank you.
And I am. Look, the way it goes with teams that Tyler is on, I'm looking forward to see Tyler get to the top and then retire, and then Harvey be the one that everybody is afraid of, just like everyone's currently afraid of Tyler. It'll happen.
Won't happen, but I appreciate it.
You're not allowed to self-depreciate
a little.
I feel like he'll be doing that. I feel like he could surpass Brittany, and he would still tell everyone that he is bad.
I'm never going to surpass Brittany.
just from someone who's managed you in the past. I just wanted to say I am so happy that you won this. You've got this fandom belt. So
thank you, Joe. And obviously, I couldn't have done it without Tyler, but I also couldn't have done it without you. Like with your mentorship,
I'm not sure
in the last 3 years. No, like for real. Like you helped me immensely. The first title match I played in, throughout tournaments and matches, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Joe.
Deserve it. As is Tyler.
Love. It's also sweet. Oh, this was fun. Nick, what a match. What I know, what an event we're having so far. Also, me and Ellie are teaming up and we're coming for the Mighty Crabjoys. All right. Great match. Nick, do you have any final thoughts?
I don't. Stay tuned, as I believe, Tim, we still have the singles title match.
Yeah, we do. It's going to be great. We'll see that up next. If you're just tuning in, you can rewind to check out the singles Fanzone, the Fanzone match, and we'll see the next the singles fandom after this. So very fun. Stick around. We'll see you soon. Until then, it's been great. Bye.
No, there is no precedence ever presented in Star Trek lore that gives you the audacity to ask that question. And you want to talk about he's half human? His mother is from Earth.
Yes, literally from the Romulan or Vulcan.
Yes, that is another humanoid. That is another humanoid species, not a creature. That is a totally different thing. Fucking a Vulcan does not give you a humpback whale.
Hold on,
you want to talk about you want to talk about it serves no purpose. Once again.
Oh my god. I will say that I think my new favorite line ever said in Multiplex history is fucking a Vulcan doesn't get you. What is the name of the school bus that Lightning McQueen faces off against in Thunder Hollow in Cars 3?
Oh man. It's something fritter. It's something fritter. There's fritter in it, and it's something fritter. Sally Fritter? Is that its name? Is it Sally Fritter? I think it's Sally Fritter.
Go for it.
Sally Fritter. Final answer.
That is incorrect. Manhattan, chance for a 2 points.
It's just Miss Fritter, right?
It's just Miss Fritter, I think.
Okay, go for it.
Miss Fritter, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points.
Well,
I'm having fun.
Sorry, Alex.
Oh, good. Also, you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out again.
All right, Guns and Chips. Your next question in Pixar is: who voices Harmony's mother in Toy Story 4?
Oh. Do you know who this is? I don't have a inkling.
I assume Harmony's like the little girl.
Yeah.
Who like wants to buy Gabby or whatever.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
Your multiple choice options are A, Laurie Metcalf, B, Sally Hawkins, C, Patricia Arquette, or D, Allison Janney.
I cut out completely. Can you give me the repeat of the multiple choice?
Yep. The options again are A, Laurie Metcalf, B, Sally Hawkins, C, Patricia Arquette, or D, Allison Janney.
I'm leaning C.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
C, final answer?
That is correct for 1 point. All right, your next question. What type of location on Earth does Harry finally catch Joe and 22 in Seoul?
What kind of location on Earth? Is it in a subway station?
That might be right. You want to go for it? At this point, we need points, so let's just go for it. Let's just
subway station. Final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. All right, and your final question in the category of Pixar. What is the full name of Nemo's friend who we never see but has told him about how old sea turtles are in Finding Nemo?
Oh my.
Sandy Plankton.
Okay. If you're confident, go with it.
Sandy Plankton. Sandy Plankton. I don't know if you can hear me. It's Sandy Plankton.
Sandy Plankton.
It's Sandy Plankton. It's Sandy.
Sandy Plankton. Final answer.
It's Sandy Plankton. It's Sandy Plankton. Albert, I don't know if you can hear me, but it's Sandy Plankton. Sandy Plankton. Final answer. Sandy Plankton. Sandy Plankton. Sandy Plankton. Sandy Plankton. Final answer. Did we already get it?
All right, this is the spin for Robert and Jack, or just Robert, who knows?
Sorry, Robert.
Oh
my God.
Choice.
Okay.
So, what do you guys want to give them from Pixar, DC, or Disney?
Disney.
Disney's fine. Yeah, I'm good with Disney. Yes.
Okay.
Robert, I love you. I'm sorry, man.
Jack, are you ready? Robert, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Jack, come back to me, Jack.
I'll never let go.
I'll never let you go, Jack.
We might just have to do guys, I'm sorry. I just can't resist.
He's muted.
Oh, no.
Jackie, are you here?
Yes, I'm ready. Did my audio come?
Okay. Okay, great.
All right. Your questions in Disney
I
animation.
am fine. Yes, I'm ready.
Your questions in Disney animation
Good Lord.
are as follows. Which Disney animated film features a ship called the Venture?
That's Strange World, right, Jack?
Five.
I'm unmuted now. Like, can you
Strange
hear me?
World, final answer.
That is correct. All right.
I'm sorry.
Your next question. Who voices the main character Kenai in Brother Bear?
Joaquin Phoenix, final answer.
That is correct for 2 points. Good job, Robert. And your final question.
Yeah. Yeah, it is Strange World.
God, Jesus.
It is. Yes, it is Strange World.
This is gonna make me happy.
Oh, God.
Oh my God!
I kinda
I've never conversed with a time traveler
kinda-
before.
I-
This is a new thing for me.
I kind of want me and Bill to lose so that these guys can go on. It's
I hope this is being kept in.
Oh no! Absolutely, please.
Oh,
I hate this so much.
Said it from the start. Wanted to be the two-time champ in both divisions. I've been lucky enough to be the three-time champ of teams. This feels like a big moment.
And your winner and new Fandom Fights singles champion, Kaiser Wang.
I know you have been working hard for this, and I really cannot wait to see you achieve what you have been chasing for like a lot, for a very long time.
I've been watching Formula One. Joe reminds me a lot of like two people. He reminds me of, Lewis Hamilton and Verstappen. Now, we all know that Hamilton is a bit past his prime, like he's in the twilight of his career. Verstappen is still in his prime.
So
Kaiser's a hell of a player. Deserves to be the champion. He played lights out in that match.
I think if Joe wins today, I think he's obviously Verstappen. Verstappen is probably one of the best of all time. If he loses, maybe he's still Verstappen, but maybe closer to Hamilton. Me, I'm neither of them. So let's just see how this goes.
I'm not taking anything for granted. Worked hard, prepared. Good luck to you, Kaiser. Let's get this done.
Hello there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Fandom Fights. We are here at the final act. It's the end of the year. Very exciting. And Joe is here to play Kaiser, the champ. Kaiser won his belt. It was exciting. Yeah. And now Joe's here to try to snatch it away. That's Nick. I'm Tim. Welcome. Nick, how the hell are you? And what do you think of this match?
Doing well, Tim. Excited for this rematch we have here, Tim. These two have played before, not quite recently. They played in round one of the Alpha tournament when Joe was the 1 seed and Kaiser was the 8 seed. Joe did win that, though it was a good match. Little to find out that Kaiser would eventually go on to become the champion. However, I think since finding that out, it has lit a fire under Joe. If someone's holding the belt, who he has beaten so recently, perhaps if he can get back there, he can capitalize on that. In so doing, he won the play-in into the singles ladder, gaining the top spot, capitalizing on that to get himself a title match here today. Will this cement Kaiser as an amazing champion? He's already a great champion. I think he absolutely deserved to win. And I think a defense here would only more prove that. Or will this be the next notch in Joe's legacy that he has been looking for so long? Tim, I don't know.
I don't know either. I honestly, I could see it going either way. So let's get into it and see which way it's going to go. Round number 1. Nick, how's it going to work?
Round 1. It's going to work like this. There's going to be 10 questions thrown with Fandom Fights. Each player is going to have 15 seconds to write down their answer. At the end of 15 seconds, we'll say pens down, at which point the players will reveal their answer and say it aloud. Each correct answer is worth 1 point apiece. Should any individual player get 10 questions correct from round number 1, they would receive a bonus question. Each player will have 4 repeats, 1 challenge for the entirety of this year title match. Players, any questions as we get in round number 1?
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck, Joe.
All right. First question will come in the category of the Wizarding World. In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Fudge is attempting to smear anyone who claims what? What claim? Would have been another way to write that. But...
Nick.
Hello, Tim.
It's Ellie's favorite song right now is the Nick song.
Anna just tried to call me. She knows I'm busy.
How could she? How could she? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We will start with Joe.
Voldemort has returned.
And Kaiser.
Voldemort is back, like Oasis.
Stop saying nice things about British people.
1-1. Your next question is coming in the category of mixed bag. What character name can be found in The Losers and Elemental? I'm surprised in Anna, frankly, that she doesn't know what you're doing at every moment of every day.
She does. She has my schedule.
Do you have a family schedule that you put your matches on?
Hey, we put a calendar up on the wall, and Anna will write a thing down every now and then, and I'm like, okay, that's nice. Not 5% of our obligations are written down.
That's fair. Kaiser.
Is this someone called Gale in The Losers?
And Joe.
Is there someone called Clay in Elemental?
Both incorrect. We were looking for Wade.
Yeah, damn it. I overthought it.
All right, Nick, what's next?
Next question comes in the category of DreamWorks animation. Who voices Luca, an elderly member of Sinbad's crew in Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas?
You enjoy the sea?
Yeah, I do. Big fan of it. What you drinking?
Miller High Life.
In a bottle.
Yeah. Fancy.
Yeah, stepping it up.
Yeah, I know. I'm just shaking it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
Dennis Haysbert?
And Kaiser.
Yeah, I thought it was Gemma Hansu.
Both are incorrect. We're looking for Jim Cummings.
Yeah.
Jim Cummings.
Wrong member of the crew.
I was thinking
All right,
of
your next question. Your next question is coming in the category of epic adventures. Which epic adventures film features a professional diver named Ronaldo? Yeah, it totally had nothing to do with them being out of cans and getting the bottles instead. But I kind of like
better for you. Or actually, is it better for you? I don't know.
I kind of like the way the bottle feels.
Was the cap made of plastic, Tim?
Yes.
No, that's not as good. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Well, I guess it's like aluminum.
Yeah, it's pretty plasticky. You got a lot of microplastics in you. That's all.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Kaiser, let's go to you.
Dial of Destiny.
And Joe.
Dial of Destiny.
Dial of Destiny is correct. 2-2. What's next, Nick?
Next question comes in the category of Law and Order. In Rush Hour, what type of transportation does Sang use to escape at the start of the film?
Hate Rush Hour. Movie's good, but being in it, hate it.
I guess that's fair.
Right.
It hurts.
Where you live most of time is Rush Hour, right?
Yeah. No, but
It's not bad outside the city.
it's not good, but yeah, it's fine.
2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
Boat.
And Kaiser.
Also said boat.
Boat is correct. 3-3. Your next question is in the category of criminal underworld. In Fast X, who saves Mia and Little B from a squad sent by Ames?
You believe that next year, this question could have been, what fruit does Bob like to say?
Banana. Ellie was dressed as a minion today.
Nice.
5, 4, 3.
Repeat
2.
the question.
All right, that is your first repeat. In Fast X, who saves Mia and Little B from a squad sent by Ames?
Oh my. Oh, that's his fucking name. Okay.
Could be her. You never know. This is a new board. Ellie ruined my other one.
I'm currently using a notepad.
Ooh, going old school.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Kaiser.
Jacob.
And Joe.
Jacob.
Jacob is correct. Keeping pace 4-4. What's next, Nick?
Next question comes in the category of Disney animation. How many sisters does Ariel have in The Little Mermaid?
I liked the way you said Ariel.
Ariel.
I feel like that's how a couple characters me, but at least Kaiser's not playing from a bus stop today. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
6.
And Kaiser.
I multiplied it by 2 and said 12.
6 is correct. So Joe takes the first lead for 5-4. Your next question is coming in the category of Marvel. Which Marvel film features the play The Importance of Being Earnest?
Oh, Tim.
I know.
Oh, no.
You really should proofread because that's a really unfortunate one.
I know.
Oh, no.
I know. I saw
I feel
it.
like you should read it the way you wrote it.
I had a typo that said the impotence of
Oh no.
Is that like is that like one of those Jim Varney films? Like
Yes.
Oh no.
Ernest goes to the pharmacy.
3, 2, 1. Hands down. Let's go to Kaiser.
I'm gonna be so sad when this is wrong. I said Spider-Man 3.
Well, Joe.
I think that's Manhattan Memories, Spider-Man 2.
God damn it!
2 is the correct answer. Nick, what's next?
Your next question will come in the category of James Bond. Who plays Felix Leiter in The Living Daylights?
The Living Daylights.
I know why Kaiser's laughing at this.
I had to give Anna the old custom. Can I call you later? ?
Ooh, nice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
He's in Lost, but also he's named the best Chelsea player of all time. His name, same name, John Terry.
And Kaiser.
Captain, leader, douchebag, John Terry.
John Terry is correct. I have 7-5. Is that right, Nick?
That's correct, Tim.
All right, your final question, gentlemen, is in the category of horror icons. Willie has what profession in Halloween Ends? You could, I could see you being a Willie.
Thanks. Am I free?
Yes, definitely. And while you're jumping, I'm
Like in a liberty sense, or like I nothing.
Both. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Kaiser.
Would you accept like radio host?
And Joe.
DJ.
Yeah, I would accept both those, right, Nick? Yeah. Okay, so DJ radio host is correct. At the end of round number 1, Joe has the lead 8-6. Is that what you have, Nick?
That's what I have, Tim.
All right, Joe has all 4 repeats. Kaiser has 3 remaining. Let's get into round number 2. How's it going to work?
Round number 2 is going to work like this. It is the wheel round. We have a wheel with 8 fandom categories, as well as spinners and opponent's choice. Each player will get to spin the wheel. If they like this, 10 categories. No spinners or opponents. Per request of the champion. Each player will get to spin the wheel. If they like it, they spin the first time, they can keep it. If not, they can choose to spin again, but they will be forced to keep it. They spin the second time. You'll get 5 questions in the chosen category, each worth 2 points apiece, unless you like check down multiple choice, at which point it'll only be worth 1. But be on the lookout as stealing is available in round number 2. Tim, it's on the wheel today.
On the wheel today, we have Jimmy B, James Bond, American Spies, Wizarding World, Fight Night, YA, MCU, Galaxy Quests, DC, Law and Order, and Criminal Underworld. Joe, you are in the lead. Would you like to spin or defer?
I would like to spin first, please.
Okay. This is your spin. And it lands on James Bond.
Yeah, we'll keep that. David, thank you.
All right. Nick, you want to go ahead and read Joe his questions in the category of James Bond?
Gladly, Joe. I'll be giving you your questions in the category of James Bond. Are you prepared for them?
Should be.
Your first question. In which James Bond film does Moneypenny alter a resignation letter from to MI6 from Bond?
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
That is correct for 2 points. Joe, your second question. Who plays figure skater BB Doll in For Your Eyes Only?
Lynn Holly Johnson.
That is correct for 2 points. Joe, your third question. Richard Stamper is a henchman to which Bond villain?
Elliot Carver.
That is correct for 2 points. Joe, your penultimate question. Count Lippy has what numbered rank inspector in Thunderball?
Multiple choice.
All right, multiple choice options are: is it A2, B4, C5, D8?
5.
That is incorrect. Kaiser chance for the 1 point steal. Your options again are A2, B4, C5, D8.
It's not 2. That's Largo. 4. It's 4. I'll say 8.
8 is also incorrect. We're looking for 4.
Okay.
All right. Joe, your final question in James Bond. In what city does Bond kill 2 men to earn his 00 status in Casino Royale?
Prague.
That is correct for 2 more points in the end of Joe's round 2.
All right, I have Joe getting his total up to 16. Is that what you have, Nick?
That is what I have, Tim.
All right, so it's a 10-point game as we bring back the wheel for the champ. Kaiser, this is your first spin. And it lands on American Spies. Would you like to keep it or spin again?
Can I see the rest of the wheel, please?
Yes, you can. The other remaining categories are Wizarding World, Fight Night, YA, MCU, Galaxy Quests, DC, Law and Order, and Criminal Underworld. And what you spun.
Yeah. I suck at this category too much. Spin again.
Okay. This is going to be stuck with. And it's a free respin. And you land on MCU.
Oh boy. Okay.
All right. Kaiser, I'll be giving you your questions in the category of the MCU. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, your first question. Which MCU film features Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Okay. Multiple choice.
All right, your options are A, Ant-Man, B, Black Widow, C, The Incredible Hulk, or D, Doctor Strange.
The Incredible Hulk.
That is correct for 1 point. Your second question. Who plays Isaiah Bradley in Captain America: Brave New World?
I know exactly who he is. I don't know his name. Multiple choice.
All right, your options are A, Carl Lumbly, B, Giancarlo Esposito, C, Harvey Actkin, or D, Charles Burnett.
A.
A is correct for 1 point. Your third question. In Avengers Endgame, Scott tells Steve and Natasha that he was only trapped in the quantum realm for how long?
Multiple choice.
All right, your options are A, 5 days, B, 3 hours, C, 1 year, or D, 5 hours.
Three hours.
That is incorrect. Joe, chance for a 1 point steal. Is it A, 5 days, B, 3 hours, C, 1 year, or D, 5 hours?
I was really hoping you'd go for one of the fives there, because it's for you it was 5 years. For me, it was 5 hours.
That is correct for 1 point.
That makes sense.
All right, Kaiser, your fourth question. What is the name of Ronin's ship in Guardians of the Galaxy?
The Dark Aster.
That is correct for 2 points. And your final question in MCU. In Spider-Man No Way Home, who is the first person that Peter requests remember him despite the spell Strange casts, which eventually backfires due to too many requests?
MJ?
That is correct for 2 more points. All right, so at the end of round number 2, Joe gets his total up to 17, Kaiser at 12. Is that what you have, Nick?
That is what I have, Tim.
All right, let's get into round number 3, the filmography round. Nick, how's it going to work?
Round number 3 is going to work like this. It is the filmography round. We have 3 questions at a 1, 2, and 3 point value. Each question gives 2 clues pointing to a particular fandom actor or actress. If the player gets the question correct, they will gain the concurrent amount of points. Then we will move along.
Move along. Okay, anyway. All right, 1 pointer. Nick, you want to hit him with the 1 point question?
Gladly. Joe Kaiser, your question for 1 point. Who plays a creature features botanist and a Star Wars vice admiral?
And even when your hope is gone, move along, move along.
I'm assuming botanist is the same as this. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, it is.
Kaiser?
Yeah, she's a paleobotanist, Laura Dern.
And Joe.
Yeah, it's a paleobotanist, Nick. Come on, Laura Dern.
Laura Dern is correct. 1 point apiece. Your 2 point question, gentlemen. Who plays a Worlds of DC father/businessman and an MCU father/scientist?
Slash is in now.
Yeah, I know. I asked it to Maggie how I should write it to make it like sound good, and she told me just the slash. And then I asked her if she knew what the answer was, and she said, "Tim, I'm out of it. Shut up." And I said, "Okay."
Makes sense.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
Pedro Pascal.
And Kaiser.
Thank you, Joe, for reminding me. Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal is correct. So 2 points apiece. Nick, what is the 3 point question?
Your 3 point question is as follows. Who plays a horror icon's Springwood resident and a Disney animated farm animal?
When was the last time you went to a farm?
Recently, I feel. Yeah, it was definitely soup, like not long ago.
5, 4.
Oh, it just went to what? This past weekend. Holy crap.
1.
Repeat the question.
Okay, that's going to be the second repeat for Kaiser.
Question again. Who plays a horror icon Springwood resident and a Disney animated farm animal?
You guys went to a farm this weekend? That's cool.
Yeah, no, we did 100%. Not like an animal farm, but like a corn and flowers.
Yeah,
pumpkin patch, I guess you could.
You got some pumpkins for the.
Didn't.
Hmm.
If
For
we're gonna
Christmas
buy
time,
pumpkins, if we were gonna buy pumpkins, we'd probably do the Stop and Shop like bucket on the outside where they're like $3.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Kaiser.
I'm pretty sure he's wrong. I said Jennifer Tilly.
And Joe.
You got the right film though. Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr is correct.
Oh, what film was she in? Holy
I believe she
Freddy's
appears
Dead.
in Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
And her
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All right, Nick. So at the end of round number 3, Joe gets his total up to 23. 23 to Kaiser's 15. Is that what you have?
That is what I have, Tim.
All right, let's get into round number 4. How's it going to work?
Round number 4 is going to work like this. It is the deep cut round. We have another wheel, the deep cut wheel.
I got it.
So
we got
we will have it.
We have it. We have it. We have it.
Okay. It's like I need to. It's like a memory recognition thing. All the films on the deep cut wheel have been drafted by the players you see before you. We will spin the wheel 5. Oh, we've written 5 questions from each film at a deep cut level. If you haven't seen the movie, probably going to be hard to answer. We will spin the wheel 5 times to get 5 questions, each worth 2 points apiece because they're a little harder. So players will have 15 seconds to write down their answer. If they get it correct, they'll gain the points. And that is how round 4 works.
Perfect. Movies on the wheel today are The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Thor: Love and Thunder, John Wick, Kung Fu Panda, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Die Hard, Superman 2, and Back to the Future. All right. Any questions, players?
No.
Cool. Let's do it. Your first spin is in. Your first question is coming from John Wick. Okay, that was close.
Okay.
All right, guys, your question in John Wick. In the video of John's wife that he keeps on his phone, what is John's answer to her question, "What are you doing, John?" There is a fly in my basement, and I will not stand for this.
Tim, are you telling us that you're going to run a marathon soon? Is that what? Oh, so you are specifically not a runner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, Joe. Joe. Let's start with Joe.
Making memories.
And Kaiser.
Looking at you.
Looking at you is the correct answer. So Kaiser tightens that lead a little bit. It was 23-17. We're going to bring back the wheel. I should probably put it on screen before I spin. This is the next spin. Coming from Nick's favorite, Kung Fu Panda.
Do like it. Your question from Kung Fu Panda. What is the name of the device that Crane fights during the Dragon Warrior choosing ceremony? Tim.
Did I have a typo again?
It's more just
Oh, yeah, I definitely spelled that wrong.
happens.
At least it wasn't because of my impotence.
Right. I agree.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Kaiser.
I don't have it. That's a sort of regret. No.
And Joe.
Iron Ox.
Both incorrect. We were looking for the 1,000 Tongues of Fire. Ooh. Okay. Let's bring back
I thought that was the firework display.
Should I bring the wheel? You good, Joe?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just making sure. Okay. This is going to be the third spin. Coming from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. All right. Your question in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. What is the score of the Quidditch game after the first goal that we see? I need both the scores and who has the scores.
Oh my God. Jesus. Wait, so you need scores for both teams, is that?
Yes.
And who they belong to.
And who the score belongs to, yeah.
Okay.
I'll say nothing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Let's go to Joe.
90-30 to Slytherin.
And Kaiser.
120-40 to Slytherin.
90-30 to Slytherin, we can accept. Yes, that is correct. So Joe will hit that, making it 25-17. Bring back the wheel. Coming from Thor, Love and Thunder.
That sucks.
Not Nick's favorite.
No. All right. Your question in Thor, Love and Thunder. Korg asks Valkyrie what her signal will be to attack Zeus. What does she say her signal is? Do you know why they call it a marathon? Because a guy a really long time ago ran really far to a town called Marathon.
Is that actually true?
Yeah, 100%. He had to like deliver some news because they didn't have
2,
email.
1. Pens down. Let's go to Kaiser.
A whistle?
And Joe.
Go?
Go. When she says go, that is correct.
That's
so
correct, yeah.
27-17 is the score. One more question in this round. And it's coming from John Wick again. All right. Your question in John Wick is, what is the last thing Marcus takes off before Vigo reveals himself inside his house?
Be aware of all possible outcomes. This question.
Yes.
Okay, great. Lovely. Just making sure.
David looks like he knows the answer. I say that because I asked the question and I saw him backstage go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We are going to go to Kaiser.
Yeah, this is it, Joe. Congrats. I said a belt.
And Joe.
Shoes.
both incorrect. The answer was watch. His watch. So it is 27-17, a 10-point game going into the betting round. Nick, round number 5, how's it going to work?
Number 5 is the betting round. It's going to work like this. We have 5 more questions in the realm of Fandom Fights. Once the players hear the category, they will bet anywhere between 0 and 2 points on the question. If they get the question correct, they will gain those points. If they get the question incorrect, they will lose those points. We can play until someone is mathematically eliminated or we have reached the end of the match. Players, any questions as we get into round number 5?
No.
Nope.
Great. Your first category is mixed bag. Let's get bets, starting with Kaiser.
Sorry, 2.
And Joe.
0.
All right, here's the sitch. Kaiser hits. We move on. Kaiser misses. Joe is the champ. Your question in the category of mixed bag is, who has composed a score for a Spider-Man film, and Ocean's film, and a DreamWorks sequel? What are you drinking? Water?
Hydration.
Yeah, I stay hydrated all day, so I can do this at night. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Repeat the question.
All right, that is the third repeat for Kaiser. Your question again. Who has composed a score for a Spider-Man film, an Ocean's film, and a DreamWorks sequel? I felt like I was channeling my inner Nick on this question.
Fair.
This was another one that I asked Maggie, and she said, "Tim, why do you think I care?" And I said, "Because I thought we were in love, and I care." But I guess
good answer. Good answer.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Repeat the question.
All right, that's the final repeat for Kaiser. Your question again. Who has composed a score for a Spider-Man film, an Oceans film, and a DreamWorks sequel? Ellie has the same shirt, but in pink and also tiny. And we wore them to the marathon, obviously. And she would say, "My mama running." And I would say, "Yes, that is true."
You mean you and Ellie don't wear the same size t-shirt?
2, 1, pens down. Let's start with Kaiser.
Good luck, Joe. I think I'm wrong. I said Daniel Pemberton.
And Joe.
Daniel Pemberton.
Daniel Pemberton is the correct
answer.
The movies were the Into and Across the Spider-Verse, Ocean's 8, and Bad Guys 2.
Bad Guys 2, yeah.
All right, so it is 27-19. What is the next category, Nick?
Next category to get points on is Fight Night.
Let's get bets, starting with Joe.
0.
And Kaiser.
2, I guess.
All right, same situation. Kaiser hits, we move on. Kaiser misses, game's over. What's the question, Nick?
Question is, we'll give you a little bit of extra time. Name 5 people who have lost an official boxing match to someone named Creed in the Rocky Creed franchise, and we do need their last names.
This one's all you. Good shit, man.
Thank you.
I like it. Very spicy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I got home and opened my computer to look at it, and Ellie went, "Nick?" And I went, "No." And then I looked at it and I went, Nick. Yeah.
Mm.
I'm very nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. Probably.
You see, I'm getting red flushed.
Stop. Probably. We have so much more time to vamp. Shit.
I'm going away this weekend.
Like forever?
No, just for the weekend.
Oh.
It's gonna be fun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We'll take it slow. We will start with Joe.
Rocky Balboa, Leo Sperino, Victor Drago, Ricky Conlan, and Damien forgot his last name.
Okay, and Kaiser.
I probably have one. I said Condon, Anderson, Drago, Wheeler, and Alvarez.
And your winner and new Fandom Singles Champion, Joe Farrelly. The answers were Balboa, Sperino, Wheeler, Conlon, Anderson, and Drago. Nick, hell of a match.
Yeah. Great match. Insane. I would have hated to have been anyone playing Joe today. I think I don't know what else Joe has left in him for the rest of his Fandom career. This honestly might have been it. I honestly thought we had seen the end of it. But I saw something spark in him, and I knew he'd be putting everything he had left into this match. So I'm curious to see what happens next, because I do think he has achieved all he's wanted to achieve. Maybe he'll tell us. Maybe this has sparked something new, and he's ready to get going even more, and have this second reign be even longer than the first. I don't know, quite frankly. All I know is that if it is, he will most definitely be seeing Kaiser again, because I think Kaiser's win was no fluke. Today was no fluke. Kaiser played like a champion in 2 title matches this year, which makes him a deserving champion in my opinion. But yeah, Joe sort of cements his legacy as an all-time great with this here win.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Let's go talk to the players, see how they're feeling in the post-match interviews.
as we talk to the former champion, Kaiser Wang. Kaiser, you may not have won today, but that's got to be a cool thing to hear. Is that anytime we introduce you, we could refer to you as the former singles champion or potentially future two-time singles champion, Kaiser Wang. I think that's pretty cool. And I think you made the match go a lot longer than it could have if it were someone else playing Joe today. Like I said, I think Joe put every last bit of energy he had into this match. And if you truly were only watching Formula One matches leading up to this match, then that is quite impressive based on your performance. Is that true, Kaiser? And how do you feel you played it?
Honestly, like in terms of how I actually played today, I didn't play as well as I could have. Like I left points on the board in rounds like 1 and 5, definitely. Like for the round 5, I knew Rocky fought Apollo, but I was dumb and somehow discounted the fight from the first movie as not an official match. So actually, I'm still not sure. Actually, I should have saved my repeat because I wanted a repeat on the question because I wasn't exactly sure what the question was asking. But that's on me. Like I left points on the table in like round 1. The 2 points I lost from Joe were the 2 points where I second guessed myself. So that kind of sucked. But I do agree in mostly what you said. Like I think not a lot of people was gonna stop Joe today. Like maybe Brittany in her prime or Tyler, but not a lot of other people. I made the match. I did as well as I could. Like deep cuts, I did badly in the deep cuts round because I just like deep cut is very hard to do, especially with 8 movies. So I did the best I could, and I lost today. And luckily, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of pressure on me even afterwards because I still did that. I did what many greats of this game could not do, and I beat a sitting champion. Like that's an achievement that I will always say and I'll always cherish, and I'm proud of that even after today. Yeah.
Absolutely, Kaiser. Is that so? I know you're happy with that. And you said there's no pressure on you, but like, are you going to try and get back to are you going to try and join the ranks of Tyler, Brittany, now Joe as a 2-time singles champion, or are you just kind of happy with what you've been done?
If you're asking me whether I watched the new movies, yes, I watched the new movies because they seem interesting. Whether I'll get better than what I am now, I'm not super sure because one can never make any definitive statements about that. Really, like a lot of things can change in a year. But I'll still watch Fandom movies if I can, and if I'm interested to, and maybe that will be enough to eventually get me another title. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Well, Kaiser, I think we look forward to seeing what you can do in the new year as a former champion. And for now, congratulations on a great match. We'll see you real soon.
And also, congrats, Joe, in case I didn't say that enough. Yeah.
As we bring in our winner, the 3rd ever 2-time singles champion, Joe Fairley. Joe, I feel as though I don't need to ask many questions. I feel as though you've got a lot to say. So take it away.
This has been a lot of work. Yeah. Look, there was nothing. It's nothing against Kaiser or anything about his ability. It's as you said. I did beat him earlier this year, and when I learned that he was the champion, it did light a fire under me. I sort of got into we're sort of going into the idea of where David is right now, of stepping back but still playing because I do like this. I do love this game, and it just sort of went. Maybe I do have one more chance because, and that's credit to Tyler, I suppose, for that, because he was a fantastic champion throughout. And when Kaiser beat him, and he beat him well, it was a hell of a result. I remember watching it and just going, "Damn!" But yeah, look, I won't lie. I think it was quite evident from this that it's not as easy to deep cut when you've got a kid. Especially one that's just started like cooing and making noises. It's very easily distracting. You just go, oh, and then you miss a couple of things. But yeah, I needed David here today because of what happened against Tyler. That round 5 sort of fell apart. I mean, Tyler still had to hit the questions, of course, but it still fell apart a little bit for me. So I just needed someone to just keep me in check. Should I be ahead? Keep me in check, remind me if I had a lead, just play it safe. I sort of sent in my accuracy where I was accuracy wise on certain categories, and just sort of said, look, if I need to bet, I'll need to bet, but if not, just be like, maybe you can leave this one out. Maybe you can skip this one. And obviously, I hit Daniel Pemberton and was the word Anderson away from hitting that one, I think. Yeah, this has been something this is all I wanted. For me, for fandom, it was never about having more belts than anyone else, having more titles than anyone else, being the champion the most times. I just wanted both twice. That was enough for me. And give someone else a shot at last one standing, because I've had it twice now. But that moves me on to, well, I don't know where this will be in the recording, in the final event, but in terms of recording, I have the Fandom Team's title at the moment, and if I don't end with it, it would be disappointing. But I think the debate title may be the key one here, because I don't know if anyone's won everything in one season, but that would be a nice way for it to go. Because now I have to make a decision about where I stand. And I don't know if I've made that decision yet. Because David seems to be having a great time. I mean, he's with Alex. You can't not have a great time when you're with Alex. But I don't know whether the winner of the next singles picture or the winner of last one standing will be playing me or playing for a vacant belt. I don't know yet. I need to do some thinking. But that doesn't take away from how I'm feeling right now, which is just fantastic. So since we ended on a fight night question, I just want to say something to my wife and daughter. Jesse, Penny, I did it.
Indeed you did, Joe. Listen, I think anyone... David, you've been with Joe pretty much from the beginning, if not from the beginning, for sure. What's this? You know what this means to him. How's it feel to see him get it?
Just great. Like, look, he's my friend, and I'm really happy for him. It's a Hall of Famer career. I know this is all that he wanted. I have a feeling I know where his decision is going to go. Honestly, we'll probably talk about it later, but I think I have a feeling I know what's gonna happen. It's just fantastic to see how we started together. I had my first fandom match with Joe, and to see how even after I stopped playing
back
at
when
the
we thought we could coast on just geek stuff
Yeah.
and Bond.
Those were the days. Seeing how he had one last run in him, it has been amazing to watch. And I wish I could have been more present in it. But to be here now, to see Joe achieve what he wanted to achieve in fandom, just as I was here when we achieved what we wanted to achieve as a team, it's been great. It's been great. And and I cannot wait to meet your kid, man. Cannot wait to meet your kid.
Don't be ill next time you come over here.
Absolutely agreed on all accounts. Joe, you were like David said, you were already an all-timer prior to this. I think this only cements you as such that much more. And obviously, we will respect your decision. Please take your time in making it, but maybe not too much time because we got a plan for next year. But other than that, I think you are an absolutely deserving two-time champion. And I'll just say the length between the belts you've held is obviously the longest of all the two-time champions. You know, Brittany lost hers, got it back within a year. Tyler, same thing, if I recall correctly. What you've done, I don't think is something I could do. I don't think it's something Brittany or Tyler could do. I think what you've taken that much time between, it takes a lot of grit, a lot of fortitude, a lot of determination to build yourself back to that level where you can achieve what you achieved today. So I would like to say.
So in which case I will say, That's because Brittany was the damn champion.
That's fair.
And Tyler was the damn champion.
But I'm just saying, like, as far as like you've had maybe the most shots at the belt, and to grit through all of that is really awe-inspiring. So I'd like to say a heartfelt congratulations once again. And we will see you in one form or another, whether this is the last match of Final Act or not. You've been in all of them. So either we saw you a lot recently or we'll see you again real soon. But for now, Joe, congrats on once again becoming the singles champion. And we'll see you real soon.
That is going to do it for this match. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to David and Joe and the former champion Kaiser. Thank you to Nick for writing. I've been Tim. We'll see you real soon with more stuff, whether this is the end, the beginning, or the middle. There's lots going on. You can watch it. Who knows? Great stuff. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Until then.
So that's my idea. What do you think? Yeah, I know. I dragged him all the way to the title match, and then did you see his performance? I don't know. Hold on a second.
Babe, Minions tonight?
Yeah, sounds good.
Dope. I'll make the popcorn.
Can't wait. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's team up.